Good afternoon and welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate live proceedings, the date being 16th of February, the year is 2022. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, and this is in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A lot has been lined up before the House this afternoon session, and Senate will commence their afternoon sitting by resuming debates on this morning's bill. And among the bill that was interrupted in the morning is the County Resource Development Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2021 by Senator Rose Nyamunga. Another bill set for consideration before the House is the Preservation of Human Dignity and Protection of Economic Social Rights Bill, being a bill by Senator Abshiro Halake. And after the completion of the allocated time for debate, the Senate will proceed to vote on the amendments. The Irrigation Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, is also another bill that the House will be debating and voting on this afternoon session. The Committee of the Whole will be considering the Heritage and Museums Bill. Equally, the Committee of the Whole will be considering the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, being Senate Bills number 17 of 2021, a bill by Senator Ledama Olekina. Consequently, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, a bill by nominated Senator Naomi Shionga, Bill number 53 of 2021, is also another bill among the 24 bills that have been lined up in this afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement for different county governments for the year ended 30th June 2020 will also be laid on the table of the House. The reports total to 31 reports of part of 47 counties, this being county executives, and how they used their financial and budgetary allocation for the financial year ended June 2020. The Senator for Higa County will pass on to Standing Orders number 47, subsection 1. Senator George Haniri will be making a statement regarding the diminishing interest of Kenyan youth in agricultural activities. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Ken Lusaka, has just made his way into the chamber. I'm now handing over for the live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 16th February 2022. 1, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Murang'a for the year ended 30th June 2020. 2, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of County Assembly of Murang'a for the year ended 30th June 2020. 3, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Samburu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 4, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of County Assembly of Samburu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 5, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Nyandarua for the year ended 30th June 2020. 6, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Nyandarua for the year ended 30th June 2020. 7, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Baringo County for the year ended 30th June 2020. 9, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of County Executive of Migori for the year ended 30th June 2020. 10, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Migori for the year ended 30th June 2020. 11, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Kakamega for the year ended 30th June 2020. 12, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Kakamega for the year ended 30th June 2020. 13, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Nakuru for the year ended 30th June 2020. 14, the report of the Auditor General, the financial statement of the County Assembly of Nakuru for the year ended 30th June 2020. 15, report of the Auditor General, the financial statement of the County Executive of Trans Nzoia for the year ended 30th June 2020. 16, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia for the year ended 30th June 2020. 17, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Homa Bay for the year ended 30th June 2020. 18, the report of Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Homa Bay for the year ended 30th June 2020. 19, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Tharaka Nithi for the year ended 30th June 2020. 20, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Tharaka Nithi for the year ended 30th June 2020. 21, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Kisumu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 22, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of County Assembly of Kisumu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 23, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Kajiado for the year ended 30th June 2020. 23, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of 24, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Kajiado for the year ended 30th June 2020. 25, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Uasin Gishu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 26, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Uasin Gishu for the year ended 30th June 2020. 27, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Turkana for the year ended 30th June 2020. 28, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Turkana for the year ended 30th June 2020. 29, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Executive of Tana River for the year ended 30th June 2020. 30, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Tana River for the year ended 30th June 2020. And 31, report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the County Assembly of Kericho for the year ended 30th June 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Oh, what's your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, since we resumed business, the majority leader has laid a lot of papers before the House, a majority of them being reports of the Auditor General on the accounts of various county executives, county assemblies, and various funds. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who still go out to seek votes to come back to this House, the biggest question has been the action taken by the House on the reports of the Auditor General. There's a lot of concern, Mr. Speaker, that some of these reports touch on governors whose terms are coming to an end, and therefore there's concern that they will not be brought to account. Mr. Speaker, could the Leader of Majority brief the House on when the leadership intends to reconstitute the sessional committees, that is the Public Accounts and Investment Committee and the Delegated Legislation Committee? Because, Mr. Speaker, all the tens or hundreds of reports that have been laid on the table will not be acted upon if that committee is not reconstituted. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I think the leadership should also do some hygiene around membership of committees because, for example, Senator Mwaura his position as a senator was affirmed by the courts. And Mr. Speaker, when he came back to the Senate to take his rightful place, he went back to the committees that he sat in previously. And it is very difficult for the chairs of those committees to be the ones to be telling him that he has been substituted. I think it is the leadership that should give him guidance. The whip on the majority side should give guidance to Senator Mwaura. If he has been replaced in committees, it looks like that information has not gotten to him. He is attending committee meetings faithfully and religiously. And Mr. Speaker, because any senator has a right to attend any committee meeting, I think it's still okay. The problem only comes in when it comes to voting. And the problem comes in when it comes to benefits or entitlements of being a committee member. I want to urge the Leader of Majority to assure the House that that hygiene will be done and also that the sessional committees will be reconstituted in good time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, you want to respond? I can see Senator Khaneri on the same, huh? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's on the same. I just want to buttress the point raised by my brother, Senator Kajwang. That's a very important point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of concern out there in our counties on our oversight role on county governments. As much as we try to explain to the public that the primary oversight is done by the county assemblies and we only do secondary oversight, people want to see action. Mr. Speaker, I just want to reinforce the point that the committee should be put in place. The life of this parliament is coming to an end very soon. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, once we act on these reports by the Auditor General, there's lack of implementation. As he correctly observed, some of the reports are on governors who are outgoing. They have finished their 2 terms. And not only that, there are those who are in the last regime who did not make it for their 2nd term, and yet there were very, very strong implicating reports on those governors. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be no action taken about misappropriation of funds in the counties, even after the committee looks at the reports and makes recommendation to EACC. We have not seen any action. Mr. Speaker, it brings me back to my point that we must bring back the implementation committee in the Senate to follow up and ensure that the reports that we make to EACC and other government agencies are acted upon. People want to see action taken against governors who have misappropriated public funds. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to reinforce the point by Senator Kajwang. It's a very, very important point. Thank you.
Leader of Majority, you want to respond to? Okay, Senator Sakaja, the same. Okay.
Just a quick response, Mr. Speaker. I think ever since we came to this house, with those who are not in this house before, from 2017, every time there's such an issue, members ask for implementation committee. We are now in 2022. Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to ask that the leadership tells us and the Rules and Procedure Committee where they are in terms of reinstating that committee? Because many committees pass very serious resolutions, not just CPIC, all our committees. But because of the nature of work, if you look at the number of petitions before our committees, the number of statements, it is very easy for things to slip through our fingers. Maybe the leader of majority, as he responds, can tell us if there's been any progress. Should we expect that, or should we expect that in the next Senate? Because in the absence of that, then this house is being seen as the most, I think, highly resourced talk shop in this country. We talk, we speak about, governors, we talk about the ills in the national government, and then nothing is done. And we lose our saltiness. The Bible says if you lose your saltiness, you're worth nothing but to be stumbled upon by men and thrown away. But we lose our saltiness if all you do is just lament and talk. So the leader of majority, because he is holding responsibility, needs to tell us where we are in terms of amending our standing orders to reintroduce the implementation committee of the Senate. And the chair of, maybe the most recent chair of CPIC should also tell us where we are on implementing those resolutions that we've had from our county governments. Because when those of us who want to be governors become governors, you included, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to come and respond to Governor Kananu's audit queries or Governor Sonko. I want to deal with the Nairobi administration, the one I take over, Mr. Speaker. So we need those answers before, as soon as possible, Chair.
Leader of majority.
Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the members who are raising these issues, very pertinent issues, challenging all of us in our respective positions as committees. Some of these things fall directly under the Committee of Rules and responsible for making sure that our standing orders are updated. Some of these actually including the issues of prioritizing which committees can become sessional, committees can become standing, including the issue now raised about the Committee on Implementation. It's also coming to the desk of the House Business Committee or Senate Business Committee, where Sakaja sits. So you can also begin from that process. We've asked for this. We've also asked if some of the committees called sessional committees, especially a committee like delegated legislation, can actually become a standing committee so that we don't have to have this issue of replacing that every so often. On the issue raised, Mr. Speaker, about the nominated Senator Mwaura, you know, Mr. Speaker, that we've tried here to bring a list for the various committees to affirm the various committees, and you know that this House did not allow that to go through. And so the changes have not happened. But as soon as that is possible to do, he should be able to be in his rightful committees. The Speaker, what I'm saying basically is these questions can be dealt with either for now or for posterity, but the idea is how do we move within such a short time now and the remaining time to change our standing orders, to amend our standing orders so that to allow for another committee, like the Committee on Implementation. And so those are things that we need to consider as well. But for posterity, maybe for the next Parliament, we can actually think about it. The Speaker, we also have pressed for time in terms of when we're going on to adjourn Sine Die. And it's coming in June, so we don't have much time, Speaker, to be thinking about some of these things now. We already have problems. Even those committees sitting, quorum for committees is also already a problem. It's already a problem having quorum here, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take note as House Business Committee or Senate Business Committee take note as the relevant committees, and we work to improve the next time. Thank you.
Senator Mtula Jr. Via Zoom also wanted to contribute to this. Yes, Mtula Jr. I think, yeah, we are unable to get Senator Mtula Jr. I just wanted to support, to reinforce what Senator Leader of Majority has said. I think we did make a recommendation on the restoration of the implementation committee, and because of the time, I think the recommendation is positive, but it will be implemented, I think, by the next Senate because of the time frame. But the recommendations were positive. Next, Senator Mwaruma. Okay, I can see you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the Leader of Majority has responded to the concerns, except the one of reconstituting the sessional committees.
In House Business Committee, which met yesterday, we gave them 1 week to do that. I'm sure they should be able to do that because we are really running out of time. So by next week, we should be able to get it. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Senator George Khaniri.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I rise pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders, and in particular 47 paragraph 1, to make a statement on a matter of county-wide concern, namely the diminishing interest of our youth in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, research from the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, FAO, shows that the agricultural sector solely employs 40% of Kenyans, including 70% of Kenya's rural population. This then contributes to over a quarter of Kenya's GDP, and another quarter comes from its linkages with other sectors, accounting for 65% of the total export earnings. Mr. Speaker, agricultural processes do not only benefit farmers. From each emerging, burgeoning fashion designer working with cotton or leather, to persons in the tourism and hospitality industry, all have direct outputs linked to the success or failure of agriculture as a sector, and all build careers on the success of Kenya's farmers. For a sector so central to Kenya economy, not only does agriculture benefit us as business-wise, but also in our daily lives, since we are humans and we need to eat. Mr. Speaker, studies show that young people have a negative attitude towards agriculture and the work it entails. Most of our youth believe that a career in the agricultural sector is not profitable to small-scale and individual farmers, but instead only profits large industries and organizations. Besides this, the sector does not have relatable role models to steer the younger generation towards wanting to venture into it. Due to this belief, we find that very few, if any, young people are venturing into agriculture as a career or even just as a hobby. This is a very worrying trend, Mr. Speaker, and leaves Kenyans' agricultural future in a lot of uncertainty. We need to find ways in which these knowledge gaps can be bridged, because there is no pride whatsoever in our agriculture sector, despite it having great potential for the benefit of Kenyans and its citizens, Mr. Speaker. It has become evident that as much as many people would like to venture into agriculture, they become more and more discouraged due to fear of making losses. Investing in agriculture in this country does not seem appealing, because the government has not made vigorous efforts to ensure that farmers are given incentives and have favorable returns on their investment. Our youth have seen how farmers continue to be mistreated in this country and have not benefited from their farming activities. Mr. Speaker, the price of input to engage in farming is quite high, yet when it gets to the reaping, the benefits of hard work, the yield is low. Look at what happened last year, Mr. Speaker, to the maize farmers. They invested heavily in buying seeds, only to later find that they were supplied with suspect seeds that failed to germinate, leading to crop failure and therefore huge losses. Let us not forget the hundreds of times farmers have had to strike due to unfair treatment and unfair losses. Our farmers do not seem to be respected, and their rights are always being infringed. If it is not high taxes or fertilizers today, it's unfair treatment tomorrow or unkept promises. Just the other day, tea farmers had to uproot their crops due to low returns. Imagine how bad it was for them to choose to lose everything. If all we ever hear is farmers complaining about poor treatment, low returns and losses, would our youth, or anyone for that matter, be motivated to venture into agriculture? Mr. Speaker, we as a nation have been blessed with fertile soils and numerous natural resources that give us a head start to successful agriculture. Why are we not maximizing on these resources? To see the youth fearing to use these resources freely is quite heartbreaking. The unfortunate thing is that when the dry season starts, you will hear everyone complaining about the lack of food. Prices of maize and other food products will possibly increase, yet farmers will still not receive good yield. We need to find out what we are doing wrong as a country and create better terms and opportunities for our farmers, and especially for our youth who would love to venture into farming. Mr. Speaker, the government has not treated farmers fairly over the years, and this needs to come to an end. Let us, as a government, create urgency in ensuring that farmers are not always crying and complaining. We can develop mandates to implement action plans that ensure far better benefits from our nation's soil to individual farmers, micro, small, and medium-sized players. Further, the way agriculture is taught can be revamped to make it more attractive to our youth, and teachers offered new training and resources to ensure intake and retention of interested, innovative young minds in formal and informal learning. The benefits of agriculture to other sectors should also be discussed more intentionally for greater public interest. Social media could be a great tool used in having these conversations and should be taken seriously as an important educational platform, as this is the quickest way to gain the attention of the youth. Mr. Speaker, all these and other interventions should be youth pioneered and led in the public and private sectors to start and continue the actions needed to revive youth interest in agriculture for the good of all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the future of agriculture is highly dependent on our youth interest in the sector. It would be wise for us to make more effort in encouraging interest in this sector. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator, I thought I saw Sakajas. You withdrew. You withdrew, okay?
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly why I want to speak. I've heard Senator Kaniri saying, mtu wa Nairobi hajui kilimo. Mr. Speaker, just two things. First of all, I want to thank Senator Kaniri. He always brings very topical statements and he's taking advantage of the provisions of our standing orders. I think many more of us need to be able to give such statements. Mr. Speaker, there is something called urban and peri-urban agriculture. Urban and peri-urban agriculture, Mr. Speaker, historically has been used in many cities and urban settings to ease the cost of food production and to really alleviate a lot of our families and residents of urban areas from abject poverty. And I always talk about urban poverty. In Nairobi, when you don't have money, you will not eat and you will not have a place to stay. But there is indeed urban agriculture, whether it is in the guinea bags, or what we call gunias, whether it is community gardens, like what was popularly done in Seattle, what has happened in the, in various different jurisdictions, which for subsistence needs has really been able to help people have that extra income. A lot of the people in Nairobi and in other urban areas like Nakuru don't have even extra. They're in what we call the Kadonye economy. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, they get everything in small rations, whether it is maize flour, they get it measured in small sizes. Even toothpaste, you go with a toothbrush and you're given just a little bit of it. But peri-urban and urban agriculture, and which is why, Mr. Speaker, if you remember very well, when we had this debate on the formula, I really insisted that Nairobi could not be scored 0 on agriculture because apart from Dagoretti South, where you have Waithaka, Udhiru, and a lot of those areas in Kasarani constituency, in Njiru and Ruai, a lot of Nairobi also is under agriculture, including areas in Karen, etc. In fact, some of the livestock that have won in the annual agricultural shows have been from Nairobi, and I'm sure you know that as former PS of livestock. Mr. Speaker, the main point is the reason why young people are not, are losing interest in agriculture is because we've not looked at the value chain of it. Agriculture contributes 56% of our GDP, but only 3% of revenue. That gap that you see over there is because of lack of value addition. These young people want to make a quick buck. Until we're able to show them how value addition, how we can do it. I'm very glad to say today I've seen Governor of Makueni, Kivutha Kibwana, launching some processing plant for pulses in Makueni County. And I think it's done very well. Pulses and grains, processing. It's cost 210 million shillings. You see, that then changes the value of what the farmer would just have given as raw materials to a finished product. A lot of this value addition, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to happen in the urban areas, including Nairobi. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, just as I buttress the point of Nairobi, is all of these things that are coming from across the country, where is the market? We have 15,000 extension visits annually in the county of Nairobi. Yet in the formula that was being proposed that time, there was not a shilling being put for the extension office visits by Nairobi County. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole, and I will tell you, Senator Kaniri, a whole write-up on what urban and peri-urban agriculture has been able to do, including in the US during the time of the Great Depression. The president then, if I remember well, insisted on the cities doing that, and it really cushioned the people from excess depression. I have areas in Mathare, for instance, just by the water, where young people are doing pig farming, very proper pig farming. They are doing chicken farming, and it has alleviated them from poverty. And they have seen the result of doing chicken, doing pigs in the urban area. So we're also affected. We're not just consumers, but we also can be producers. And we intend to put it a notch higher after August 2022, Mr. Speaker, when the necessary happens, inshallah, just to make sure that even us in the urban area can be able to see that instead of spending that extra 200 shillings on flour and on vegetables, even within the slums, we can be able to provide for that so that we have food sufficient. But I thank Senator Kaniri for that. I think we need to start being more creative. One of the companies, Mr. Speaker, that as I conclude, that is going to be one of our first unicorns in terms of the startup sector in this country, in fact in East Africa, is Twiga Foods. And what they've done, they've been able to bridge the gap between production to the market. They're having now a turnover of 100 million shillings a day. And that is a startup. That is why we really insisted. And I thank senators for passing the startup bill that has now gone to the National Assembly. That unicorn is now a global case study. Or rather, that company that is going to be a unicorn. And it's Twiga Foods, it's Kenyan-owned, Kenyan-driven, doing a turnover of 100 million shillings daily. They're even moving now to other products, whether it is oil, even electronics. But the basic structure of it, Mr. Speaker, was about agriculture and creating a value chain, making sure there's value addition within our ecosystem. So I want to thank Senator Kaniri for that, and I think it's something we all must look at keenly. Thank you.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like also, for giving me the opportunity, I would like to support the statement by Senator Haniri on the diminishing interest on agriculture by the youth. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the contribution that has already been made by Senator Sakaja. But the most important thing we know in this country is that Kenya is an agricultural country. That one we all know. We were taught that when we were in primary school. We know very well that Kenya is a consuming country. We import almost, I don't know what percentage, but a very big percentage of our food, even the basic ones like vegetables, fruits, and all that. Mr. Speaker, we also know that we are favored with land, we are favored with, but the most unfortunate thing, first of all, the input is very expensive. That is already said, very, very expensive. Any farmer who undertakes. So it is not attractive to our young people because they know whatever little money they have, once it is put in agriculture, that's the end of it. First of all, it is very expensive. Secondly, rain-fed agriculture can never be competitive anywhere in the world. In fact, if we are going to continue with rain-fed agriculture, I don't think there's anybody who is going to be interested. When I was young, it was very clear that on the 15th of Feb, it was a planting period. You start planting for because you know within a week the rains was on. But right now, you can plow, you can plant like 3-4 times before the rains. We can no longer predict our weather or our rains in time. So long as we are still rely on the rain-fed agriculture, really we are not serious. Thirdly, we know very well that one of the agenda for the government, this government, is food security. We are not going to achieve food security so long as we are not working towards improving. And then the market chain, that is already mentioned by Senator Sakaja, it is critical. And then the middlemen who come in between the farmer and the market. So those are the issues that should be addressed, and it is very important that this bill, this statement moves beyond this. And I think this is not the first time we are talking about these things. Something should be done about agriculture if we need to have food security, and if we need to be serious that we want to engage our young people, not only the young people, but everybody on agriculture. I support the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Musurve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I begin by thanking Senator Haniri for coming up with this statement. And it is a statement of great concern because the youths are energetic, the youths are innovative, and in this time, if youths are engaged in anything and they put all the energy there, then whatever it is will become very successful. And it is true, yes, that when it comes to agriculture, the youths are not really engaged and they are not so interested. But the lack of interest could be attributed to lack of motivation and incentives in getting into agriculture. Probably county governments need to ensure that they're bringing youths on board with regard to raising awareness about the importance of agriculture in the counties, and also apart from awareness, giving youths an opportunity to get into tenders, county tenders and national tenders, so that they can be motivated to get into agriculture. Because when it comes to agriculture, it is closely related to food security. And if our youths participate in enhancing food security, then our country will be free from hunger, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, even colleges and universities should embrace agriculture very strongly, so that they give courses that, that will make youths go back to the society and get into agriculture. But again, at the end of the day, even when people are getting into courses, they ask themselves, what is the value? So there's need to also also offer employment for the youths who have also finished courses and colleges in agriculture, to entice others to get into to agriculture, Honorable Speaker, because agriculture is important, and it is one of the very important SDGs to ensure that there is food and there is no hunger for any citizen. So, Honorable Speaker, there are so many incentives that the youth can be given. Even, you know, having tax exempts for youths who are getting into agriculture, that can be one of the motivating ways of ensuring that we are using our youth productively. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Senator Haniri, for coming up with this very important statement.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Senator Haniri. In the life of this parliament, and ever since I joined this Senate, he has always utilized this standing order in a manner that will help him in future to write his memoirs, because he has always talked about very topical issues. And what I've seen other great leaders do is that they take their contributions in parliament and in public service and compile it into a book. And I encourage you, Senator Haniri, to do so. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest scams of my generation, the generation that Senator Haniri is crying about, that has got no interest in agriculture, was a song that used to be played in the morning and at lunchtime when we used to go to school. That song was by Ben Blastus Obulawayo. And Mr. Speaker, that Swahili song said, so many vijana muongeze pia bidii, mwisho wa kusoma mtapata kazi nzuri sana. So Speaker, many young people went to school hoping that education was going to be the key to success. Along the way, because of corruption, ethnicity, and thievery, the government changed the padlock, and education could no longer unlock success in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the problem with the youth is that the culture we have created is that agriculture is associated with failure. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, the lake has got a lot of riches. Recently, I visited Victory Farms, a huge aquaculture project, Mr. Speaker, that is doing 30 tons of fish a day. If you multiply that by 365 days, I'll multiply it with the price of fish at 300 shillings per kilo. This company is doing 3.2 billion shillings every year from the lake without doing anything. They're just putting cages in the lake, and the fish is growing, and they're making billions of shillings. Mr. Speaker, we need to build a culture that does not make agriculture look like dirty work. If you go to Wilson Airport, the small aircrafts that you have there, if they are not owned by politicians, they are owned by farmers. The farmers of Narok, the farmers of Laikipia. In fact, in pilot schools, Mr. Speaker, farmers are sending their children and workers to those schools because they're the ones who then come back and do overhead spraying. We must expose such things to our young people so that they can see that agriculture is also glamorous. It is as glamorous or even more glamorous than some of these things we aspire to do in offices like being lawyers and doctors and engineers. And Mr. Speaker, to be honest, to be a successful lawyer in this country requires a lot of hard work. And if you want to short-circuit the system, you have to be corrupt to be on top of the others. Very few lawyers have the patience of Senator Amos Wako, who has been in the profession for as long as I've been born. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage Senator Haniri that in this matter, please also look at our cluelessness when it comes to policy. When the Kibaki government came into power, the economic recovery strategy came up with a strategy for revitalization of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the Kibaki government collapsed almost 30 parastatals into one parastatal that was called the Agriculture and Food Authority. Over the years, this parliament has dismantled the Agriculture and Food Authority. Now we have a Fisheries Authority. We are now have a bill for a Livestock Authority. We have seeded. We are now reversing. We are backpedaling on the reforms that we had there. There could be lessons there. Mr. Speaker, even today, we are told issues like NCPB, issues like fertilizer subsidies, there is no clear policy position. And I think Senator Murkomen has been very vocal on some of those issues, the confusion that comes from the national government when it comes to policy touching on agriculture. So we need to look at how that policy is discouraging our young people and discouraging the growth of this agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, there is also the failure of devolution. How many counties still have farmer training colleges? The one that we inherited in Homa Bay, we have converted it to a university. And the majority of students are studying procurement and supply chain management. Mr. Speaker, How are we going to build an army, a cadre of people who are going to do value addition and to do innovation in the agriculture sector? We must now re-examine and resist this conversion of FTCs to colleges offering secretarial and accountancy and all sorts of white-collar jobs, Mr. Speaker. But we must also ask our governors what happened to extension services. When I was growing up, Mr. Speaker, and you do know at some point in your life when you are stationed in Homa Bay, you do know that my father had one of the biggest herds of cattle, which when they were crossing the road, there would be traffic jam in the road between Mbita and Homa Bay. But growing up, regularly, and I'm not a dynasty, I'm a hustler, regularly, we would have extension workers come, and there would be mass cattle dips. You know, the entire village would come with their cattle, and they would be dipped so that the ticks and the sesefly could be eradicated. Mr. Speaker, regularly, we had extension workers who would come and vaccinate and inoculate the cattle. When you left office as a livestock PS, Mr. Speaker, and when county governments took over, we have never seen those people again. Farm mechanization. Almost every new governor buys a fleet of 50 tractors and then employs his former thugs to be the drivers and turnboys of those tractors. And then those tractors disappear. In fact, in the case of my county, when the governor bought the tractors and gave them to his former boys, those boys would go for 1 week just roaming all over and plowing and picking cash, and at the end of the day, bringing maybe 1,000 or 2,000 shillings to the county government. There has been a serious failure by our devolved governments, and I do hope that this Senate, in its next life, will prioritize some of the concerns that have been raised by Senator Khaniri. And even those of us, whether we like working from rooftops, like Senator Cherargei, or whether we like working from offices, like some of us from the Azimio side, let us give our young people the right prescriptions. Wheelbarrows are not solutions to that lack of interest in agriculture. Neither are handouts, neither are regular payments that we are giving out to our young people. Our young people want to be empowered. They want to go to the bank to get money that has come from their sweat, not money that has come from state agencies. So I want to challenge most of us here. We are some of the biggest campaigners. We are some of the biggest campaigners out there from rooftops and other areas. Let us tell our young people the truth, that their success is not going to come from pushing of wheelbarrows or wheel carts or expecting the government to give you some handout. It will come from their hard work, and that hard work must be backed by the right policies by the government. I support and I thank Senator Khaniri.
Senator Harugura. Senator Cherargei, what are you shouting across there?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to support the statement by Senator Khaniri. Mr. Speaker, we know very well majority of Kenyans are youth below the age of 35, and the unemployment rate is very high. And there is no, of course, available jobs to absorb all these youth, most of them graduates. And of course, being a developing country, the most probable way of absorbing this labor is through production, livestock production and even agricultural production. In this case, coming from a livestock county, still that is even a worst way of maybe engagement of youth as it is now, because there has been no policy of improving livestock production, especially in the pastoral areas. What has been there has actually been even only for the commercial big ranch owners, but for the pastoralists, they have been left to their own, and that is why drought has always been coming and clearing whatever they have as it is, unfortunately going on now. Then the rains come, you start again the process. If there was investment and if there is improvement to make that livestock rearing or animal production attractive to the youth, those who have gone to school, so that they see it as a means of employment, because then that way they can get involved in it. They don't need to be the ones following the animals around. But if they know that there is development in that chain, in the sense that they produce they rear the animals, then there is an established body or association or maybe livestock marketing groups within the counties so that there is ready market, but even them from there, then there is improvement. Having holding grounds where you have feedlots to improve them, you have vaccinations, so that they're in the right condition for export. Then you'll either export them live or you have abattoirs to export the meat. Then it creates business in terms of that animal which is being produced, and it's then they even produce the right breeds and sell back to the farmers, so to speak, the pastoralists. Then that will attract the youth. Even if they have gone to school, they'll engage into the livestock production at a level where they'll understand, because you can see the end. At the end of the channel, at the end of the chain, then I'll have somewhere to sell, then I'll buy the right breeds, just like the farmers do. They sell and they buy the seeds, and it will be continuous that way. That will absorb our youth. They'll be engaged in production. But as it is now, if we don't have that kind of policy, especially in the pastoralist area, then we are going to have a problem, and that is why we have insecurity, because you have youth who are not employed and who have gone to school. They have dropped out of the traditional livestock production system. So unless it's made attractive to them, it will be difficult to absorb these youth, and we are having problems, and that's why insecurity in our areas is continuing, because there are idle youth who can easily be engaged in these kind of activities. Thank you.
Senator Kavindu, via Zoom.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to be able to contribute. And I first of all want to start by congratulating Senator Kaniri for this statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's a high time that agriculture is looked at as a very important and beneficial aspect in this country. And it's my prayer that this statement of Mr. Kaniri will see the light of the day, and that the government will be able to support farming, and especially for youth, because, and not only for youth, for everyone, because farming is quite expensive
Senator,
now.
yes, Senator Murkomen, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request Senator Kavindu to understand that the Kenyan people are following this debate, and the standing orders are very clear. If you are going to participate on Zoom, you must be still. You must be in a place where you can be seen, and you sit still. If I'm not wrong, she's in a car. And Kenyan people wonder whether we take our business very seriously. If someone can be shopping in Kenyatta Market at the same time contributing, and the car is moving. There's nothing wrong shopping in Kenyatta Market, but Senator Kavindu can take time to be still and contribute to this very important motion, Mr. Speaker. We are feeling dizzy. I wonder what other Kenyans are feeling out there.
Yeah, Senator Kavindu, I think you are in a car and you are mobile.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm just rushing to the office. I was late somewhere, and so because you have called me before I reach my office, okay, I decided to contribute. But
I've noticed that you are always rushing and not arriving on time.
To contribute.
That's the same reason you gave yesterday when you were coming, and I told you. So you come to the chambers, and by the time you come, I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Murkomen. Senator Murkomen, you are next.
Contribute and talk to Mr. Speaker, I echo the words of Senator Kajwang that Senator Kaniri has distinguished himself as the master of statement hour. If there is a person who has used well the statement hour, Mr. Speaker, is Senator Kaniri. Apart from his prowess as a man who is extremely knowledgeable on the standing orders, I'm told only after Shikuku, Mr. Speaker, he has also distinguished himself, Mr. Speaker, as a man who uses the statement hour very well to bring issues that are of great concern to this republic. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, he wants to finish strong, considering that I am seeing he's changing careers. Mr. Speaker, away from Parliament. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is very lucrative. When the Deputy President spoke yesterday to a group of people in Nyeri, he gave the example of avocado farming. Mr. Speaker, he gave this example that in China, one avocado costs about 140 shillings. But there's a young man in China who did a very interesting video moving from his house to the supermarket in China and was able to demonstrate that one avocado costs 250 shillings, Mr. Speaker. And these avocados are sourced from South American countries like Peru, Chile, among others. In fact, there is a movie, Netflix, that, Mr. Speaker, I don't remember the title, forgotten, but it talks about this green gold called avocado, which basically people are fighting over in countries like Colombia. And people are controlling where these crops are produced. And Mr. Speaker, agriculture is very, very lucrative. But the way agriculture was presented so many years ago was that it was for those who are established, who have big farms. Mr. Speaker, that if you didn't have 10 acres, 20 acres, 100 acres, you are not considered a proper farmer. But now you can do passion fruits for 1 acre. And, Mr. Speaker, be able to earn consistently every week, be able to sell every week, Mr. Speaker, to those who are collecting and supplying. Mr. Speaker, your crops, your passion fruits. Mr. Speaker, you can name all other products, including, Mr. Speaker, tomatoes, and all these other agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, agriculture should not be what it is. In fact, people used to say, oh, I don't want to do farming, I want to go to university. Now, after you're done with university, you realize that you want to go back to farming, to now agriculture. And so what Senator Kaniria said, we should have specific targeted policy that makes sure that agriculture farming and farming, Mr. Speaker, in this country, including livestock, is attractive to youth in this country and to the generation below 40 years. And Mr. Speaker, tried to explain to them that doing agriculture does not mean you are backward or you are less educated. Mr. Speaker, you can complete your university education and go back to do farming. And you can actually use that education, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that you achieve a certain, Mr. Speaker, growth in your life. I attempted to do a small horticulture, Mr. Speaker, in my farm. And one of the things that I struggled with is to get an agriculture extension officer. And if you try to go around even all these counties, you will have very few agricultural extension officers, especially trained on different products, because most of them may know only how to deal with maize. But you want to have those who can deal with the delicate products like crops like avocado and other tree crops. And Mr. Speaker, this is another area that we need to think as county governments. Those of you who are going to become governors, please don't build big hospital buildings which have no medical equipment. Don't build so many shops, Mr. Speaker, and markets, but there are no products that come from the farm. I think we need to go back, even if it is to have 2 or 3 extension officers, qualified ones per constituency or sub-county, Mr. Speaker. It will be useful to our farmers. That is an area that we need to invest and make sure that, Mr. Speaker, when we talk, and I want to convince Senator George Kaniri, Mr. Speaker, that when we talk about those of us who are in the Hustler Nation, we talk about bottom-up. And I'm so serious, I'm not even doing politics. You can go and do your bottom-up even in a different political party. But one of the things that we have to do as a country to improve earning in this country is to get away from this injection of a lot of resources on capital-intensive projects. We've done enough, we've tried. We've done the super highways, we've done the railway, we've done the bypasses and all that. I think it's time now we inject our resources directly to where results will lead to pesa mfukoni, that people will have money directly in their pockets. And they can be able then to contribute to the economy from the source. That means let's have good seeds. Let's have agricultural extension officers. Let's have good marketing done either by county government or the national government using the agencies that have been established by law. If we do that, I think we'll be able to change the lives of our people. Because even though we have a small percentage of Kenyans who have degrees and looking for jobs, Mr. Speaker, it's clear in this country that we are unable to absorb all these people in the job market. What are we going to do with these young people? We must be able to train them, and then when you are done with your business course, you are done with an agriculture course, even when with your law degree. I know one of my friends who is running now for MP, it's called what, in Thika here, in Muranga, Mr. James Muriu. Mr. Speaker, runs one of the biggest law firms in Africa and the world, but he's a very serious farmer. Why he chose after running and establishing, and Senator Amos Wako knows him, Kongo Mogeni, they know him because he runs one of the biggest law firms in Africa. But he's a farmer in Naivasha. He does very well. It does export of horticulture to Europe. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is profitable. It can employ our youth. We must take what Senator George Kaniri has said seriously. We must go back in the next government, either county or national government, to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we make agriculture the center of youth employment from bottom up. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are running out of statement hour because we have another statement. But before I say that, I know this is a very interesting topic. When we were growing up, I think one thing that also discouraged agriculture, I remember in school, whenever you committed a crime, your punishment would be, you were taken to go and farm. So you grew up knowing that farming is a punishment. Next statement is from Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Nimesimama chini ya kifungu cha 48(1) kuomba taarifa kutoka kwa kamati ya barabara na usafirishaji kuhusiana na kusimamishwa kwa kazi katika bandari Old Port katika Mombasa County. Mheshimiwa Spika, Old Port, yani bandari ya zamani ya Mombasa, ndio bandari ya kwanza kabisa kujengwa katika nchi ya Kenya na ilitumika kwa miaka mingi mpaka mwaka 2017 wakati
Order, Senator.
Yes, sir.
The statement you are talking about is not what you submitted to us. You submitted in English, and what you are presenting is different.
But Mr. Speaker, it's a statement that I'm reading in Kiswahili. I've translated it in Kiswahili. It is in English, yes, but I've decided to read it in Kiswahili, which is a language of this house, and it's also the language of the AU.
But that's not what I approved as Speaker. You should have submitted it that I approve.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me read it in English.
Okay.
I rise pursuant to standing order number 48.
Senators Mathayo, what's your point?
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, katika tafsiri ya ile statement anayoieleza hivi sasa Senator Faki, nataka tu kueleza kwamba ikiwa unaifasiri kitofauti na vile ilivyoandikwa Kizungu, unaweza kupata mtu asimame aweze kusema yale makosa, lakini sioni sababu gani ya kwamba ikiwa yeye ana ule utaalamu wa kutafsiri hii statement ya Kizungu kwa Kiswahili, sioni kama kuna makosa yoyote, manake anayoyaongea ni yale ambayo ameyaandika katika lugha ya Kizungu. Asante.
Lakini hiyo si ngoja, unajua ile niliapprove si ile anasoma. So ndio nilikuwa nasema tu kwa sababu alileta kwa Kimombo, wacha asome kwa Kimombo kwa sababu ako nayo. That's what let's not dwell on it. Faki is very good in both languages, and what he's having is English actually. So proceed.
No, I've studied English since 1969, so it's not a problem. I rise, Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to standing order number 48(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on the state of operations at the Old Port in Mombasa. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain why the Old Port in Mombasa County has been rendered partially inoperational by the Kenya Revenue Authority and the Kenya Ports Authority. 2, state why the port has been closed to small vessels, some of which were undertaking transshipment business between Mombasa and the other small ports of Zanzibar and Pemba and Tanga. Number 3, state the measures being taken by the government to reopen the port considering that its partial closure has negatively affected business in Mombasa, especially the Old Town area. Mr. Speaker, sir, this Old Port used to allow many vessels, small vessels, which could not go into the main port on the other side, to dock and discharge goods, some of which were very important to the livelihoods of the people. For instance, dry fish, like the dry fish, all of which was coming from parts of Kismayu and other parts of Somalia, used to be offloaded at this spot, and it used to be transported all over the Kenya so that people can enjoy a fish meal at a very low price. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, as a result of this closure of this port, these vessels have not been coming, and it has really affected business in that part of Mombasa. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg that this statement be referred to the relevant committee so that they can also visit the place and see that it's almost dead. What is there currently is a consignment of rice, which was impounded in 2017, and it is still there. It's rotting, and it's very bad to allow food to rot, yet people are dying hungry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Stewart Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, hii bandari ya zamani, Bwana Spika, naunga mkono, nataka kumshukuru seneta wa Mombasa County kwa kuleta statement hii, kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza, bandari hii ni ya zamani. Tunaweza kukumbuka ya kwamba bandari hii ilikuwa inafanya biashara ndogo ndogo, sio kama ile bandari kubwa ya upande ule wa KPA, lakini bandari hii hususan ilikuwa ya wafanyikazi biashara, wale wanaofanya biashara ndogo ndogo, sio zile biashara kubwa kubwa za meli na hatimaye pengine meli zile kubwa na za kiutalii. Bandari hii ilikuwa inasaidia, na ndio nia serikali kuona ya kwamba imeweza kusaidia wafanyikazi wale wadogo, wale wanafanyikazi biashara wadogo. Bandari hii, Bwana Spika, ni kwamba katika wale wafanyikazi wafanye biashara wadogo wadogo, Bwana Spika, imekuwa hii kifanya zile biashara nyingi wapo zilikuwa za kuleta nguo kwa bei nafuu kutoka pengine Kismayu ama kutoka pengine sehemu mbalimbali za kutoka za Middle East, au sivyo kuleta vyakula kama tende na vitu vingine, na pia vile vyakula vingine ambavyo vilikuwa hususan vilikuwa vinatumiwa katika bandari hii ya zamani, vilikuwa kama papa, samaki wale wa kukausha ambao tunawaita ngonda, na vile vitu kama vipungu. Kwa hiyo biashara ile inaweza kumuona yule Mkenya anaweza nunua kile chakula ambacho kimeletwa katika bandari ndogo, na anaweza kununua akiwa na ule uwezo wa kuinunua, ilikuwa inaweza kuwasaidia sana. Na nafikiria hii statement wakati ikipelekwa, ingekuwa vizuri ile kamati husika iende ikajionee ni kwa nini ile bandari iliweza kufungwa na hatimaye wafanye biashara wale wadogo kukosa mapato yao. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Musurura, was this before you want to contribute to this?
I will contribute.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank Senator Faki for coming up with this statement, and it is a statement that concerns small businesses, and as a country we have to see how to encourage small businesses to grow. The people who have started small businesses and have mushroomed and have ended up being also employers. So, Honorable Speaker, I hope that you'll direct, because this deals with trade. There's a close relationship between trade and accessibility of roads, and I'm sure when it comes to the committee, I know you'll make a ruling, but being also vice chair of trade committee, I know I would really be interested, in going there to see what exactly is happening and bring a finding to this committee for the purpose of ensuring the accessibility of that road by small-scale traders. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
I don't even know I'm working with this. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Faki. And just to remind him, there's a lot happening down there. I think recently when my committee had a session on the issue of seafarers, a lot was unearthed, Mr. Speaker. In fact, some of those who came to participate, including MCAs from Mombasa County, they expressed concern as to how many years ago, you know, you'd find a lot of fish coming in from the trawlers and from these big fishing companies. And that is, you know, all types, you know, octopus, whatnot. The one Senator Majoy was saying that we can't pronounce, jangu, panda, I don't know what he was. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you allow members to use Swahili, let them use Swahili that we understand as well, you know, and explain to us. But Mr. Speaker, we discovered something, and one of the seafarers, a group of them told us that they would go to the deep sea and stay there for months, and when they want to fish, they're told, no, you relax, don't fish, relax. A fishing vessel, and Senator Milgo, you were there, a fishing vessel would stay in high seas for months. And at that time, we were dealing with the issue of labor issues. Some had died and whatnot. And then one night, another vessel comes, offloads some cargo, and that is what they bring back to the port. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of illicit trade that is going on, and a lot of other, you know, countries taking advantage of the laxity in our territorial waters. Mr. Speaker, we directed that the relevant authorities who deal with these maritime issues, including the Coast Guard, and even we suggest the DCI to assist, to investigate and to bring us a report, because we are not done with this matter. In fact, immediately we finished, we got a lot of calls from some of these people who I would assume are the cartels in that industry. Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform Senator Faki that we are waiting for that report from the Coast Guard and from the relevant investigative authorities, because it is directly affecting the incomes of the people, not just of Mombasa, but the people of Kenya, because that is a resource, even under Chapter 5 of our Constitution, that is a resource that belongs to the entire country and people of Kenya. There's a lot of fishy business, no pun intended, there's a lot of fishy business that is happening at the coast, and I think it needs to be brought to light. So we'll be very happy to bring that report, but just to let those know that we didn't just come and listen. We've brought our report, and part of those recommendations are for the Coast Guard to come back to us. Mr. Speaker, we must do everything to take care of the small business person. We must do everything, and that is why we're speaking the same language now with Senator Murkomen, that we want everyone to do work which is work, or kazi ni kazi, so that they get pesa mfukoni. There's nothing more important. There's no need for us to focus and center around big businessmen, huge Japanese trolling fishing lines, while our small fishermen, our small traders in those markets in Mombasa, in Kilifi, in Kwale, no longer have even the goods with which, you know, the produce that they need to trade with, because somebody else is doing illicit business at a very high capacity. That is not the Kenya that we want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Senator Agura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Senator Faki for coming up with this statement. I'm a member of the Transport Committee. I think we'll take it up. And I once, during my visit to the coast, visited the Old Port. And my thinking is that when we talk of blue economy, then there must be a place to land. And the small-scale fishermen and transporters will not need to use the main port. There must be many such small ports along the coastline so that they can easily dock and drop and pick whatever they are dealing in. even when it comes to transport, those centers along the coast like Lamu, then all the way to Mombasa, there must be another route. You don't just have to use the road transport. You have to also use the sea, and you must have many stopping points, many small ports like that one. And I don't think it's fair to say that because there is illicit trade going on, then you close the harbor. Close the port. It's the responsibility of the security agents plus the intelligence organizations here to make sure that they monitor whatever is coming in. But it's not a solution to close down a port, but we'll take it up and see what is actually the reason why it was closed. And I think it's very important to have this kind of small ports open all along the coast to improve access by small-scale fishermen and transporters so that the so-called blue economy can thrive, because it cannot thrive without this kind of small ports along the coastline. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 8, the County Resource Development Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2021. Second reading.
What's your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, with a lot of respect to your authority to organize the order of business, I wanted to bring your attention to order number 16, which is an amendment that should be going to committee. And the reason why I raised this at this point is that I wanted to beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to defer that order. I hope I got it properly. Order number 16, which is the amendments to the Intergovernmental Relations Act. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I raise that is that I want to request that your office scrutinizes the proposed amendments to see whether they are in line with Standing Order 147.5. 147.5, for avoidance of doubt, says that no amendment shall be permitted to be moved to a bill if the amendment deals with a different subject or topic, or unreasonably or unduly expands the subject of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I wish I would have executed this when Senator Omogeni was here, but Senator Omogeni has made an amendment to an amendment that I brought to the House. Mr. Speaker, when I looked at the amendment of Senator Omogeni to my amendment, I felt that it was offensive to Standing Order 147.5. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that it is on the order paper means that you are seized of the matter. I just want to request that you have a second look at it to confirm whether we're in line with 147.5. And then secondly, and finally, Mr. Speaker, I will also take the opportunity to engage Senator Omogeni to explain to him the thinking of the Devolution Committee, why we thought that we needed to prioritize the issue of transfer of functions. Mr. Speaker, it might be not known to many of us that the deed of transfer between the Nairobi City County Government and the Nairobi Metropolitan Service has been extended. And it has been extended, it ought to have lapsed in March, and we get information it has been extended to run up to August. Senator Sakaja, who wants to run Nairobi City County Government, who is going to run Nairobi City, we need to know, or you need to know, whether you're going to run the city with all the flesh and bones, or whether you're going to run the city with bones that's like the fish we call Mugongowazi. Because NMS has taken all the flesh, and Nairobi City Governor is remaining with bones. And Mr. Speaker, we thought that that amendment, which started when Senator Kinyua was chair, and which Senator Murkomen and the rest of us in the Devolution Committee, we thought it was urgent and important that if we mixed it with issues of the Council of Governors, or strengthening the Council of Governors, we are going to run into issues of money bill in the National Assembly, and we are going to introduce an additional point of failure. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge that you look at Standing Order 147.5, but I will also take the opportunity to explain to Senator Omogeni why we think we can deal with this amendment in a different fashion, and therefore we stand down that order.
Okay, I hear you, and we'll stand it down until you consult and we'll resume when that is done. Can we proceed to the next order, Senator? No, let's proceed, Senator Sakaja. No. Did you mention, okay, briefly so that we...
Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, because we are aware, and I'm glad Senator Kajwang has mentioned it, he's been a very good leader in the Committee of Devolution. Indeed, the transfer of functions from Nairobi County Government to the national government through NMS has been extended until August. But for the avoidance of doubt, it will not go a day after August the 9th. Mr. Speaker, I've seen people commenting, in fact, even in a certain forum where I'm with Senator Murkomen, someone was saying that it's being extended past and it can be done because of perpetual succession. It is impossible. The next governor of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, is the one who will have the authority to determine whether they should continue with NMS. Mr. Speaker, and the next governor who is likely, God willing, standing before you, will determine which functions, or rather which operational setups within NMS are still working that can be a department under the county government. So for now, they should start thinking of handing back. We want to make sure, and we'll bring a statement here, to make sure we have the full asset register, the full register of liabilities, to know what they've been working on, so they start handing over back Nairobi County to the people of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, who are waiting eagerly to make a decision on the 9th of August on who their next governor will be. So, Senator Kajwang, don't worry about that. We are on it completely, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I can hear you, and I know where you are emphasizing on 9th of August. Senator Faki, you have 5 minutes.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakati tulipoahirisha kikao nilikuwa nazungumzia masuala ya regional economic blocks, yani jumuiya za kaunti za pwani. Na tukasema kwamba kuna miradi, kwa mfano sehemu ya Kilifi na sehemu ya Tana River zinasifika pakubwa kwa kukuza maembe mazuri sana, apple mango, ngoe, boribo na mengi mengine ambayo yanakuzwa katika eneo lile. Mheshimiwa Spika, unaona kwamba Kilifi wanajenga mitambo yao ya kuprocess hawa matunda. Tana River pia wanajenga mitambo yao. Kwa hivyo iwapo jumuiya hii, kaunti hizi zitaweza kuwa katika mfumo mmoja, yani jumuiya moja, ina maana kwamba miradi kama hii inaweza kufanywa kwa pamoja ili watu waweze kupata faida ya miradi kama hiyo, na vile vile pia kupunguza gharama za maisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona kwamba mswada huu ni wa muhimu sana kwa nchi yetu, na inapaswa kwamba sote tuunge mkono ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na sheria ya kuweza kuzisaidia kaunti zetu kuweza kuimarisha rasilimali zetu ili kuwe na mapato zaidi. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kuunga mkono. Asante.
Okay, I don't see any other interest. You know, the problem is some had logged in earlier, so I don't know whether it is for this or it was earlier. Senator Hargura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Senator Nyamunga for coming up with this bill, and I hope it will be processed through until it becomes an act of parliament before the end of this, the life of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, counties, this bill deals with the county resource development, and counties have, for the last 9 or so years, been depending mainly on the resources allocated by this House from the center, the equitable share. And looking at the reports by the Controller of Budget and the Auditor General, you will find that the counties are even generating less than what the local authorities used to generate, despite the fact that they have more capacity, they have more resources in terms of manpower. They can easily map out their resource, their resource areas, and even digitize it and make sure that it's, everything is collected and reported. But But some have been having manual means of collection, which ends up in people's pockets sometimes, or they use the revenue as source is not recorded. That is why, and one issue has been that the focus has been on the money from the center, the equitable share. But there is need to have a very structured way of making sure that the counties actually do clearly identify what resources they have. As the bill here states in section 4, they need to assess all the resources within the county, look at the means of exploitation in a sustainable manner of those resources, come up with the infrastructure requirements and the missing links so that they can easily generate their own resources. Counties, some have even capacity to generate whatever they are being given from the center now. It's only that they have not looked in that direction. So there is need to have a bill which turns their attention in that direction. Then if you look at section 5, it deals with the responsibility of the county executive committee member so that it's clearly a function within the county, that the county executive committee member in charge of resource management will have to do an evaluation and monitoring of the resources available in that county, come up with a way of exploiting those resources, and at the end of the day, have those legislations or the necessary approvals through public participation and through the county assemblies so that it's very clearly anchored and it's a process which they need to do maybe each and every year, or they can do it as part of their CIDP, then they implement it from there. If you look at counties like Marsabit, these are, for a long time, has been considered to be low potential counties because the country has been thinking agriculture. But right now, you find that is the next frontier of maybe development because we have a lot of renewable energy sources like solar. We have wind. And the county, if it works with the necessary, if you have the necessary legislation, then they work with investors, they can easily generate what they are now generating, what they are getting from the national government as their own source revenue by going to partnership because they own the resources. And even when it comes to sharing, there was a bill here in this house, I don't know how far it has gone. On the other side, the National Resource Revenue Sharing Bill by Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, I don't know how far it has gone, whether it has gone through the National Assembly, but it gave very clearly, in case of these resources, how do we share among the national government and the county government, or if it's across, if it's a shared resource across the counties, one or two counties, then how do we share? So it's very clear if that is approved, then we can easily invest in these, we can easily develop these resources and generate our own revenues. Then even the common known one, the livestock sector, has not been developed at all. The counties consider that as a resource, not only in terms of going to the market and collecting sales from the livestock traders, but actually improve production, provide the market in terms of organizing, maybe having disease-free zones, holding ground so that the livestock keepers or the pastoralists can sell to an organized, maybe a county entity, which will improve the quality through feedlots and vaccinations, then either sell the livestock as live animals, export them out, or have abattoirs and sell meat. That way, along the process, they'll generate revenue from the livestock farmers and also from whatever products they'll be selling. So there's need to get the counties to focus on their development of their resources through this kind of a legislation. Mr. Speaker, the other one is about the regional economic blocks. Currently, I checked, we have 6 regional economic blocks in this country, but I've checked, I didn't find any concrete legislation other than maybe policies through the Ministry of Devolution to assist them in coming up with these regional blocks, because you find all the counties, I think 46 of them, maybe excluding Nairobi, are all part of one of these 6 regional blocks, which basically are supposed to assist them in to spur economic growth with respect to the region, with the respective within the respective region through policy harmonization and resource mobilization. Like in northern Kenya, we have Frontier Counties Development Council, which could easily look at what they can do best, and either through the national government grants or donor or development partners can have that particular sector enhanced, improved. Like you find transport has been a problem, maybe through that engagement by FCDC, now you'll have the road from Isiolo, Madogashe, all the way to Wajir and Mandera being tarmacked, because it's part of the enablers in that region. It affects several counties. All of them are within the same block. They can negotiate. They can go and lobby together. That way, that kind of a road can be done, and it's about to be done. But if it was each county on its own trying to look for resources, it will not have been easy. But now they are doing it as a block. They can easily approach international financiers to get grants or even loans through the national government, or impress on the national government, so that the national government, through that lobbying from that particular economic bloc, they can do that kind of infrastructure development, arguing that with that infrastructure in place, then the counties can now improve and develop the other resources. So it's very important, but it requires a legislation. Up to now, I've not seen any existing legislations to support these blocks other than policies by the national government. But having these, and it's very clearly giving, in the first schedule, it gives a very clear way of coming up with these economic block agreements. And that way, then, we have some structured way of engagements by the counties, because this could not be the only blocks. Other interests will come in, and you will find some even belong to more than one block, and there must be a way of joining these blocks. And this legislation goes a long way in making sure that we have a legislative framework to enable these counties to develop these economic blocks, and see also how they can be enhanced and how they can be improved. Because in the morning I had senators from Coast lamenting that the one for the Coast, the Jumuiya counties are Pwani, complaining that it has not had any impact so far. But if there is a way of monitoring these, then they can be pushed to make sure that they use their collective power, collective resources for the benefit of the residents of those counties, and that way then we can get development boosted, because now you have that economy of scale when they are doing, because mainly areas with similar historical, political, and economic conditions, they can easily now use the economies of scale and generate, have that ability to work together. So that way then the areas, the economic blocks will be useful, but they require this kind of a law, because as it is, there is no existing law. I support and I hope that this bill will go through and become an act of parliament before the end of this session, so that we have something now to build on in future. Thank you.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. From the onset, I want to congratulate my neighbor Senator Rose Nyamunga, for this brilliant bill, the County Resource Development Bill 2021. And I hope when the time of reward how can time be up? Mr. Speaker, and when the time comes to reap the reward, she should be awarded accordingly in Kisumu County, as also we are being awarded in heaven. Mr. Speaker, two things that I wanted to mention is that this is a very unique bill on the issue of county resource, and there are two things that I want to point out. I know most of my colleagues have talked about it in extensively and deeply in terms of resource exploitation. I think, Mr. Speaker, every county has a unique resource. When you go to Kisumu County, where Senator Nyamunga comes from, they have a unique resource of the Lake Victoria, where fishing can be done. There is now a new port that is being developed there. When you come to Nandi, there is unique resource. Apart from agriculture, we have gold around Chemelil, Chemas area. We have also unique, you have a lot of unique resource. And I think it is very important that we must agree. A point in case, I think that petition has come to this House, is the exploitation of gold in Chemelil, Chemase. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, we have never known the true value because the private miners that are doing there, be it in Kaborogin or in somewhere in Chemelil, Chemase, they generate around $120 million US. And that one has not translated. When you look at the Mining Act and the mining regulations of 2015, there is a community development agreement where the people are supposed to get 10%. So you can imagine if it is Chemelil Chemase ward would get around 12 million, that goes to development, community development issues within Nandi. And you know, the prorata that has been done is 70% to the national government, 20% to county government, and 10% in terms of resource allocation that we have in the country. So for us in Nandi, we are yet to see the true value of exploitation of that resource gold, where they can create opportunities, they can create corporate social responsibilities. So I agree that finally there is a bill that will assist in mapping out the legal framework on exploitation. Mr. Speaker, and I know the change on the Speaker's seat, is that we also have the issue of Sister Tunga. It is one of the unique, and I think Nandi, around a place called Kingwal. That's the only place in the country where we find that unique nature of an animal called Sister Tunga, where it should be used as an exploitation resource when you come to Chepkit Falls. So the issue of exploitation resource, in fact, I have seen many counties, Mr. Speaker, talking about exploitation of resource, and this law, as is providing for it, is that, Mr. Speaker, we need to, so that, you know, the challenge with county governments, Mr. Speaker, is on-source revenue. If we can have the law that will allow counties to map out, exploit the resource, like even in Oma Bay County, Mr. Speaker, it will be easy even for counties not to depend on the shareable revenue from Nairobi. If they can become creative and the resources that are within and without the counties, Mr. Speaker, it will in terms ensure that they get their own source revenue. Because as you can see, the allocation has been 70 to national government, 20 to county governments, and 10 to immediate community. The biggest challenge, and has been the biggest fight, even if you saw the Turkana issue, where we had a Turkana Tulo oil crisis, is that these people sought the national government, they sought county governments, they don't sought the local. And you saw there was a standoff even in Turkana over the oil exploitation by Tulo Oil Company. Yet they are yet to disclose, Mr. Speaker, and many millions of shillings have been factored in the Tulo Oil project that we have in Turkana County. Yet the people of Turkana are yet to see proper value. So this exploitation of the resources will ensure that that people get the value for money, they get employment opportunities, they get corporate social responsibility, they get and ensure and develop, Mr. Speaker. When you say, for example, identify the effects of resource exploitation, we also have to know this is the decade of issues of environmental issues, Mr. Speaker. We want also to exploit these resources, be it minerals, be it oil in Turkana, be it minerals in Nandi, but we must ensure that it's environment friendly. I think that is where we want to move as a country, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we must also look and protect the environment, because it doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker, to exploit the resource. Then, Mr. Speaker, we don't protect the environment. And the only gift we can give to our posterity is to have an environment that will ensure that we'll put in place, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of equitable distribution, I think, and I want to repeat this, the biggest fight in counties, especially in coast, I cannot see somebody from coast and other areas, Mr. Speaker, is because of that resource. That is why when you go to Nigeria, their states are ungovernable, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the Nigerian ambassador will not attack me on Twitter the way the one from DRC Congo did. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at Nigeria as we talk today, there is a friend who works there. You can't go outside the big cities without a police escort. Because of what? Because of an unequal distribution. There is the issue of oil crisis that we have in various areas, Mr. Speaker, in Nigeria. And if you want to see an equal distribution of wealth, you just go to Nigeria, Mr. Speaker. And this is in a public domain, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that let us note, and if you want, what I think that what we call oil cars in Africa, when you look to these countries, be it, can we say DRC Congo? I hope the ambassador will not have a problem. We're having a problem because issues of minerals, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we really need to agree on this resource exploitation. Mr. Speaker, finally on economic blocks, I agree that the economic blocks, I think there is Jumuiya ya Pwani, we have NOREP, North Rift Economic Bloc, from us who are come from North Rift. We have, I think there was one, ALREP, like Victoria Economic Bloc somewhere there. So I think it is important to have a legal framework so that when we get donors, you know, for example, North Rift, Mr. Speaker, the only time we can work is to discuss, for example, in the North Rift, is issues of farming, Mr. Speaker, because dominantly in the North Rift we deal with agriculture. We can have issues of insecurity. We can discuss from the North Rift. We can have issues of infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the, I don't know why the majority leader is in a hurry, and he has never been on the House for some time now. He should relax. So, and I'm making a point about insecurity in the North Rift. He should be grateful that they are mentioning the issues of Kerio before the Republic of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, I didn't want to take a lot of time, is that, for example, in the North Rift, what I'm just demonstrating is that when you come to North Rift, we have a unique issue. For example, issue of farming. So if we were to work with development farm partners, it's, for example, the issue of fertilizer, which is a problem. Fertilizer now is approaching 6,800. But I know under the coming government of bottom-up economic blue model and the issue of isolation, we hope to buy a bag of fertilizer at 1,800 because we don't want handouts to be given to anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some of, when you go to LREP, there is the challenge of how to market fishing, issues of resource exploitation among the Lake Victoria, among that region. So I agree that the framework should be there, the legal framework to guide economic blocks so that they engage even with other development partners, the national government, and even other agencies can be able to deal with in terms of regional. So I really want to congratulate my sister, Senator Rose Nyamunga, and wish her the best. I hope when it reaches to the National Assembly, it can be fast-tracked the way we are fast-tracking for you, and this can become one of your achievements in the Senate as you seek the Senator of Kisumu. Asante.
Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill. And congratulations, Senator Nyamunga, for bringing this bill. I think when you're moving it, I was listening. I wasn't in the House. But you said that it's long overdue. It's something you've always been thinking about, even before you came to this House. And I remember we were in the other House together. Senator Argura mentioned something very important, that our counties have misunderstood the proper application of the principles of devolution. If you look at the principles of devolution, there are 4 elements, Mr. Speaker. The first element really is the expenditure responsibilities. That is the functions. That is in the 4th schedule. The expenditure responsibilities of a county. So you look at Kisumu and you say, what is Kisumu supposed to do for its people? Because we've devolved resources and we've devolved power. After you've looked at expenditure responsibilities, the second one, which is found in Chapter 12 of our Constitution, is the revenue-raising capabilities. So it tells you then what resources do you have to raise money. They could be exploiting natural resources which have an economic impact. It could be some form of taxation, business fees, permits, cess, etc. Now the gap between those two is what gives you the number 3 principle. And the third one is what we call intergovernmental fiscal transfers. That is what we do here every year when you're doing division of revenue. Now, it is supposed to be the third. It is supposed to fill the gap between 1 and 2. But we've made it the main thing. That counties now no longer think about the resources. They don't think about revenue generation. They only focus on the third item. The third item is the intergovernmental transfer. It is the equitable share. Ideally, that should fill a gap between what you're supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, kindly protect us from the loud consultations.
Order members, let us consult in low tones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, ideally, if you look at many of our counties, we're only talking about revenue allocation. We don't talk about revenue generation. We might even soon need a commission of revenue generation, because everybody has focused on how to divide the cake, how to divide the pie, but no one is preoccupied with how to bake a bigger cake for this country. If that was the case, we'd never have had the fights we've had in this House. You know, our counties would be very productive. In fact, Nairobi County would be giving other counties resources, because then the 4th principle is what we call subnational borrowing, and that is how counties can be guaranteed. And they have to be guaranteed. Again, that's in Chapter 12 of our Constitution. For you to take any instrument, a loan or whatnot, a county must then be guaranteed by the national government. We have had county governments that have not been creative. In fact, I think the first county where I've seen some thinking around that has been Laikipia County, where the governor, Nderitu, has recently been talking about an infrastructure bond or something like that. You know, that is where our counties need to get to. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we need to do in this county of Nairobi, a lot of the infrastructural gaps that we need to sort out, including the mass transit system, you know, we need proper rail, we need an overhaul of our sewerage and water system to redo those pipes, to put SCADA technology. Those are things you're talking about almost 150 billion shillings. Nairobi can't afford that. And so even if we wait for 19 billion, and I'm glad as Senator I've been able to make sure we moved from 15 billion to 19 billion, but even if we focus on that, it will take us so many years to be able to get to that. So you need creative ways of doing, you know, of packaging bonds, of doing public-private partnership, or looking at the resources within the county to be able to get a block lump sum figure of 200 billion shillings to sort out all of the infrastructural needs in this city, and then you have a proper payment period by guaranteeing the income or the revenue that Nairobi is supposed to get in the next 20 years, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of thinking that we need, that will transform devolution and that will transform our counties. The 6 or so billion shillings that Homa Bay receives, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether that is the amount Senator Kajwang, but the 7 billion Homa Bay receives will in no way transform Homa Bay. It won't. It will just keep it going. The money that Kisumu gets will just keep you going. You know, you'll just be paying salaries. My wage bill in Nairobi is close to 18 billion a year. So the money we give them from here is just pay salary. Then you get what the county gets. We cannot get different results from our counties. We cannot transform devolution with the same thinking of the two, the first two series of, governors that we've had. So this is an important bill because, one, it links us up with a bill that was already passed on revenue sharing or local content on what is within a county. That which is found within the county, how is it identified, how is it exploited? Mr. Speaker, even in Nairobi County, we have mining, people don't know. If you go to Ruai and we have our quarries, there are a lot of stones, leave alone the Ndarugu belt that borders us from Kasarani. But if coming down here, there's a lot of quarries and a lot of mining that is being done. But what happens because of a lack of a framework, whoever is elected MP brings their youth to take over those quarries. Then if someone else is elected, they bring their set of youth to take over. And Mr. Speaker, there is nothing beneficial to the community apart from a select group of young people who at that point are dealing with that. Mr. Speaker, even garbage. Our garbage in Nairobi is a resource. There are countries that export garbage because of transformation of garbage to energy. We need to be able to look at that we're collecting all of these tons and it's just sitting. A lot of it is biodegradable. A lot of it, Mr. Speaker, can be used to produce plastics and to light the city. The city of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, can be lit, at least just the lighting, can be lit fully just by Dandora dump site, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, I was in Kayole dump site, and I saw the potential there. But no one is thinking creatively enough of how to now, bring out the economic aspect of that resource that we have over there. So I think this is very, very welcome. The other thing that I've seen in this bill that for me represents, some potential or, something to look at, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of regional blocks. Mr. Speaker, I am not sure why there is no regional block that has considered Nairobi as a partner. Because, Mr. Speaker, you'd have a very big advantage by having Nairobi as a partner in your regional block, for instance. Mr. Speaker, and I'll give you a quick example. Your counties have a regional block of central. People should stop thinking of regional blocks as ethnic blocks. People should even stop thinking of regional economic blocks as geographically compact blocks, that these counties must join each other. They must see regional blocks as economic, based on the economic aspect, that teaming up with this county will help us. A lot of the produce that comes to Nairobi, to my markets every morning from 4 a.m., come from central Kenya. Mr. Speaker, those counties in the central economic bloc should be very interested in partnering with Nairobi so that we can negotiate access to markets, we can negotiate the cess when those trucks come into Nairobi County. We can be able, Mr. Speaker, to agree. A lot of the people in the private sector and manufacturers are complaining that for you to move a truck from Mombasa to Nairobi, every step in almost 10 counties, you're paying for branding. You're paying this town for branding. You're paying the next county for branding. You're paying cess. So it even becomes unproductive. Mr. Speaker, this regional bloc should see how to improve business, how to make sure that we're not stifling business but improving it. Mr. Speaker, I gave an example in Kirinyaga County because, Senator Kajwang was talking about transfer of functions from county to national. One of the functions that I will ask the national government to transfer to me in Nairobi County is school feeding. Our children are suffering because they're not being fed, and you're told you can't do school feeding as a county government because school feeding is under primary schools and primary schools under the national government. But no one is looking at it. The only school feeding program in this country, Mr. Speaker, is in the ASAL areas, and they think that is where people are hungry. I went to donate desks in Dagoretti North early in the last year. And Mr. Speaker, I was heartbroken when I asked those children, what would you like me to give you? Do you want bowls? Do you want a school bus? Joking with them. And they said, we want lunch because they have no food. There's poverty in the city. That is a function that we want to transfer. Now, once I've transferred that function from the national government to Nairobi County, this regional block, Mr. Speaker, I will need to talk to the governor of Kirinyaga County and to the industries in Kirinyaga County and tell them, look, I need rice. I need rice from Kirinyaga County, for Nairobi County to buy rice directly from the county of Kirinyaga to feed our children in school. I'll need livestock. I'll need meat from Isiolo or from other counties. So let's be more creative. When you talk about regional economic blocks, it doesn't need just to have those counties that are geographically compact, but those with a similar economic interest, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of local content. There was a bill, I think, that passed this House, brought by Senator Zani, and I'm glad that Senator Nyamunga has connected the two bills by speaking about how the counties, or rather the national government, will have to enter into an agreement with the county government on the ratio of sharing. What has happened in many counties, Taita Taveta, with their mining and their gemstones and all that, Turkana with their oil, Kwale with their titanium, is that those companies that have set up there, base titanium, do some, and others, I don't want to mention any company adversely, all they do is a token CSR. Some token CSR that we've opened 3 or 4 schools. The other day we were in Senator Aaron Cheriot's county and Bomet County. And when we went to see one of the tea estates, they said, look at the people we're educating. But the resource that you're getting there by having a lease of thousands of acres needs an economic return to the people and to that county. Because that land is held by the county in trust for the people. We are not getting a good deal from a lot of these resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I hope it passes, and I hope the National Assembly will be able to pass it. But all in all, it's just to rethink, to change how we're thinking. We can't solve today's problems with yesterday's thinking. It is impossible. I'm glad to see in section 14 that Senator Nyamunga is talking about inclusion of youth and marginalized groups, women's groups. Mr. Speaker, for Nairobi County, for instance, one group that we need to incorporate in planning is the area resident associations, the estates, the estate groups, Mr. Speaker. In South Sea, the estate resident associations, they know what they need in their area. They know it very well. Mr. Speaker, you never hear an estate group or a chama where the treasurer has stolen money. Because the standard, because they own it, the standard of choosing the treasurer or the chairman is so high at that low level. Why not use those groups for development? Why not say that in Pipeline Estate or in Feather, Tasia Feather, they have a very good association, that they will be part of participatory budget making, that we will involve them and say, okay, in your estate, in the whole county, in this budget, every estate, I'm giving you 20 million or 30, based on, the resources. Why don't you sit down and agree and plan what project do you want in Buruburu? What project do you want in Kayole? What resource can we get out of here? How do we then also, plant trees? How do you involve this group? So thank you for taking note. I don't know whether I'll need to amend this to what is the area resident associations, but I think a good leader does not need very prescriptive law. You can be able to, take advantage of that law and do what is needed. So this is a very important law. I support, and I wish you all the best as it passes. These are things that we need to implement. Let's change our thinking so that we can transform our counties through devolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Senator Sakaja. And Sakaja, I wanted to bring to your attention that we have quality beef in Laikipia. Senator Kajwang. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill that has been brought by Senator Rose Nyamunga, the County Resource Development Bill 2021. I want to congratulate Senator Nyamunga because in the devolution committee,
Sorry, what is it, Senator Isaac Mwaura? Senator Mwaura is online.
Given an opportunity to contribute, it's only fair that also you balance with those of us who are online. Thank you.
Okay. Proceed, Senator Kajwang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very brief to allow those online and those with other bills to prosecute their business. But to congratulate Senator Nyamunga, the issue of regional economic blocks has been an agenda of the devolution committee from the time the committee was chaired by the distinguished senator for Laikipia until now that it is being chaired by the senator for Homa Bay. Indeed, it has been an agenda from the time that committee was chaired by the senator for Elgeyo Marakwet. Senator Nyamunga has taken the bull by the horns and has brought to this House a legislative proposal that will help establishment of regional blocks, that will help relationships between counties that set out to cooperate under regional blocks, and I want to congratulate her on this because this has been a huge gap in legislation. Mr. Speaker, I like reading Adam Smith sometimes, especially his book on Wealth of Nations, because on the question on how do nations get wealthy, a question that even us as parents, we need to pose to our children so that we have a conversation. How do families get rich? Is it by going into politics? Is it by engaging in corruption? Is it by looting and pillaging? It is through productivity. A family gets rich when the family engages in production of some good or service. If you are a lawyer, go practice your law, get money, your family will be rich. Go get tomatoes, take them to the market, sell them for a 1 shilling profit, and you'll be rich. It is the same logic with nations, Mr. Speaker. The conversation in this country should turn towards productivity, because that is how nations get wealthy, by producing goods, by producing services. Senator Nyamunga is telling us that we now must take an inventory of the resources that reside in our respective counties. And it reminds me of a campaign slogan or a manifesto item that I saw in Ghana. In Ghana, they were talking of one district, one factory, because they recognized that each district had a unique natural resource. And the key to unlocking wealth and productivity in those areas was to ensure that there was some value addition of the resources that resided there. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our counties, like Laikipia, with its vast swathes of land, with its animal population and maybe other natural mineral resources, if Laikipia was to specialize in one thing and do it well, Homa Bay, on the other hand, with proximity to the lake and the great potential of fisheries, just focus on one thing and do it well, Mr. Speaker, the gross county product of our counties will grow. There is only one county, probably two counties in this republic, that has an up-to-date statistical abstract. I don't know whether it has changed, but the last time I checked 3 months ago, it was only Laikipia and Makueni that had up-to-date statistical abstracts. And up-to-date meant, I think, up to the year 2020. Many of our counties are still relying on statistical abstracts of 2017 or 2019. What I saw in one of these counties, Mr. Speaker, is that a governor knows what the GDP of his county is, and he knows what the target growth of that GDP should be. Many of our governors have got no idea what the wealth of their counties are. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you are to ask us here as senators, what is the GDP of Nairobi, what is the GDP of Kisumu, what is the GDP of Kakamega, we probably don't have it. And yet that statistic is out there. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics does a report, and I think the last report they did was in 2019. If we map our resources, then it would be possible for our governors and for the leadership in our counties to say that, for example, right now the GDP of Homa Bay is 115 billion. 115 billion, Mr. Speaker, out of a 10 trillion economy. It means that I think that's just 1% of Kenya's economy. The GDP of Nairobi could be about 1.4, 1.5 trillion. That's about 15% of the GDP of this country. Can we have governors who start thinking about how to grow wealth in their respective domains? Can we stop this idea where we think that economic growth and economic development is the sole preserve of the national government? That Ukuri Yatani is the one who's going to tell us how wealthier or how poorer we have become. Mr. Speaker, if we identify, if we catalog, if we exploit the resources that are innate or that are natural to our respective counties, I believe we'll get to a generation where productivity is a conversation. Devolution was ushered not just for political rights, Mr. Speaker. And I think that there are those who still argue that devolution, yes, was because of mismanagement, was because the center had neglected the far-flung areas, and that is true. In the morning, I listened to Senator Faria talking about the past when people used to say they were coming to Kenya, and these are people who are supposed to be Kenyans. Yes, there was a political marginalization that devolution was supposed to cure. But devolution was also expected or supposed to bring about prosperity and to spur productivity to a level where productivity in 47 units would add up to greater productivity of one nation called Kenya. When we say counties should do roads, doing roads is not the end. It's a means to an end, Mr. Speaker. Doing roads is supposed to unlock the productivity of agricultural zones. Mr. Speaker, in the lake regions, if you don't have roads going to fish landing sites, then fish goes bad before it goes to markets. So governors must see roads not as a favor that is bestowed on the people who voted for them or the people who support them, but they must see roads as a productivity factor that allows people to get their produce to market faster, and that way they can grow their economies. We must see water as an enabler, because a healthy population is a productive population. We must see trade, the issue of markets, Mr. Speaker, not as a favor to be doled out. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, all sorts of funds, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, building markets, and building markets in areas and regions that support a candidate or does not support a candidate. Mr. Speaker, devolution must be seen.
What is it, Senator Sakaja? Do you want to be informed?
Indeed, I would accept my rabble to inform me.
The Speaker, Mr. Rabo, I just want to inform him that the GDP of Nairobi is actually 27 billion US dollars. And that is from the latest statistics. If you translate it, it's way more than $1 trillion Kenyan shillings. Just for information, for the record should not show that Senator Kajwang had a different figure. That is way below. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Sakaja. I referred to the 2017 numbers, and I know from 2017 there's been a lot of growth, even in the overall economy. But it's a good thing that we have a senator and a prospective governor who is aware of the numbers coming from their counties. And those are the kind of governors we need, who understand where their counties are and where their counties are going to. So, Mr. Speaker, as I just summarize, that we need to look at devolution not just from the perspective of economic rights and freedoms, but also from the perspective of prosperity, productivity, and locking. And my political formation, Mr. Speaker, has looked at the Ghana model of talking of one factory, one district, and we'll probably be refining it, and we'll be talking about it. We are talking about spurring the rural economy. Mr. Speaker, you spur the rural economy by making sure that the resources that reside in those rural areas can be exploited, value can be added, and people can get money in their pocket. The Azimio team stands for productivity. The Azimio team stands for transformation of the rural economy, and that is what happened in China, Mr. Speaker. At some point, China was a lost case. China, after the failed Cultural Revolution, people were so poor, but in one generation, China has managed to lift billions out of poverty because of a rural transformation strategy, the same strategy that the Azimio team will apply post the elections this year. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by talking about regional blocks. We must encourage them. We must make sure that there is sanity in their establishment and in their management. The Lake Region Economic Bloc is one good example of a regional economic bloc that can work. So far, it has worked, and I want to congratulate those who set it up, those who run it. They've got very good ideas. We disagreed with them when they wanted to establish a commercial bank, because we thought that the focus should be to unlock productivity in the fish industry, in the cotton industry, in the sugar sector, in tobacco, and in agriculture and tourism, first before talking about a bank that was going to employ relatives and cronies of the officials. But if they focus on productivity enhancement, they have our full support. Today, fish coming from Sindo in my county to Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, has to go through 7 counties. Starts from Homa Bay, it goes to Kisii, it crosses Nyamira, it goes to Bomet, then it goes to Narok, then it goes through Kiambu before it gets to Nairobi. If we don't have proper regional agreements between these county governments, then you'll find that fishmonger has to pay taxes almost 7 times along that value chain. And then it makes the omena arriving in Nairobi more expensive than the fish that is coming from China that is taxed at only one point of entry. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the proposals by Senator Nyamunga in establishment of regional blocks and cooperation among counties will help us to reduce some of the tariff and non-tariff barriers that have hindered trade amongst counties. We saw an example in Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu. At some point, it was established that Uasin Gishu was drawing its water from Elgeyo Marakwet because the water source was elevated, and that elevation was in Elgeyo Marakwet. And Mr. Speaker, I do recall when the Senate went to Eldoret for Senate Mashinani, we had a lengthy discussion with Governor Mandago on the provisions of the law that allows him to come up with an inter-county agreement to exploit a resource that jointly benefits 2 counties. And I've seen Senator Nyamunga has given further effect to that idea, that counties sharing a resource can exploit it jointly, or a county that has a resource that can benefit another, there can be a framework for its exploitation in a manner that benefits all the parties concerned. Mr. Speaker, I support this. And I congratulate Senator Nyamunga, and I do pray that this bill will be quickly processed by the National Assembly so that we also have the Nyamunga Act that established regional economic blocks and established county resource development framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Naomi Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill, supported or sponsored by Senator Nyamunga on the County Resource Development Bill. And I want to say that this bill will go far along enabling and unlocking the development that have been started by the devolution that we have in this country today, or we are enjoying in this country today. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about unlocking and enabling development, devolution, these are just some of the functions that are mentioned here will go far into enabling, even sharing the resources that are created amongst those counties. When we look at the economic blocks that my colleagues are talking about, or what that have been highlighted here, they shall give those counties, the member counties, a platform for any function that is shared among them, be shared accurately, because these people who emanate or who come from these counties, they share so many things in common, especially from their territory, within their territories, and so it will enable them even plan further and implement further their development plans, especially when it comes to resource mobilization and investment. Mr. Speaker, programs are implemented in these counties, and when the resources that are there, they are shared, especially when we talk about natural resources that cut across various economic blocks, various counties, which form up then an economic block. Such resources will be shared equally through the laws that have been put into this framework, and it will enable even those who are implementing it to fast track because additional clause has been put there, especially when we look at the number of days that a program is supposed to take, the plan is supposed to take before even evaluation. Then it will enable them fast track those development guided by time frame. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to say that various counties have different investment, have different abilities, and we have so many people or partners, development partners who come in those counties. So when they come in those counties, it is very important that if they are guided by the laws and if they are guided by the agreement of laws that have been put into this framework, or that will be formed by those economic blocks, then it will be easier for them to agree over a function, over a law, or over policy, and then people of those particular counties or those specific counties will enjoy development that will have come with those partners, or grants that will come with those partners to invest in those particular counties. Otherwise, I want to congratulate Senator Nyamunga, and I want to just to say that it is a good bill, and also when we look at even monitoring and evaluation, that we wait when we look at what the Senate does to enable, to look at what the particular counties have done. Monitoring and evaluation will be one of the functions that will be fast-tracked, will be done, and most of the resources will be utilized in a more advantageous manner in those that come from those counties, other than waiting for the Senate to look into what they have done, the programs that they have implemented, so that they can give them feedback or tell them where they have gone wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this bill, that when it goes to the National Assembly, they will also fast-track it and bring it for it to be ratified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the bill.
Thank you. Senator Isaac Mwaura. Is he online? Senator Mwaura. Senator Isaac Mwaura.
Can hear you.
Okay, proceed, Senator Isaac Mwaura.
Yeah. I want to support this bill, and maybe from the outset also to say before I proceed that my bill has been pending since morning, and I've been here the whole day. So kindly, because I was told I would come after 10 minutes, and it has not happened. But anyway, let me proceed with this bill. This is a very important bill because it is speaking to matters economy, and I'm very surprised to hear my colleagues from the Azimio La Umoja saying that they are now all of a sudden supporting the matters economy. But Mr. Speaker, they themselves, their preoccupation before, and I think it still is about sharing positions. It's about who gets what in terms of the political architecture, in terms of the constitutional change. And I think they're waiting for the Supreme Court ruling. So the economic mantra about changing the country is really with the deputy president and his allies, and so therefore it looks very interesting because we said we were going to change the narrative, we were going to change the conversation, and it's very clear that now every person is harping on the matters economy to demonstrate whatever plans they have for this country, and that is most welcome. I think I want to encourage our political competitors to join us on board in this clarion call to make Kenya a better place. Suddenly, because, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we are doing very badly economically. We are doing extremely badly to the extent that we cannot even fathom how we are going to pay public debt currently. And yet you see counties are trying to rely on the national government to get guarantees with regards to them participating in economy. And when you look at even the public debt around counties, they have taken commercial loans in that regard. So this bill is very important even for Central Kenya region, where I'm the CEO of Mulima House. We would want to have a county development, association, Central Kenya Development Authority, which then would harness on issues to do, for example, like the water towers, because we rarely gain from them, and also tourism, those kind of things, and also any other form of natural resource that is there within the Central Kenya region. However, I think this kind of centralized dependency on equitable share has become very easy to go by, but yet even when this is the first charge of any given budget, we are very constrained, and let me just tell you why. Recently, you saw that our economy has actually been valued at about 13 trillion. I beg to differ. There is no way our economy could have grown from 9.8 trillion to 13 trillion within a period of 1 year, just because our public debt has increased to over 11 trillion. So we are looking at an insolvent country. And therefore, it is very, very important to us start asking ourselves, how do we go back to productivity? And I think I had Senator Murkomen talking about this. There are three factors of production that are very critical in terms of productivity, competitiveness, and the markets. And some of these natural resources or products that we have can actually be ably consumed by the local market. For example, if you look at the amount of sugar that we import, in this country vis-a-vis what is produced, it's very amazing to see that to produce one ton of sugar in this country, you use about $800. You only do it in Brazil at $250. So how do we make sure that we actually improve our competitiveness? How do we make sure that we reduce the non-tariff barriers, for example, so that then we access markets? If you look at even the products that we have in our country, right now, look at even the border of Tanzania. Let's talk about East Africa. East Africa, you see so many lorries of, bringing maize and beans and potatoes even from Tanzania. Yet Kenya has the capacity to do so, but then we are not doing it because we have actually long, given our people what we call development. And development in this regard would be the infrastructure. And yes, we can say, since time immemorial, and especially in this administration, a lot of infrastructure has been developed. That is the hardware. But whose goods are actually on our roads and railways? They are definitely not the goods of the common mwananchi, of the Wajiko on the ground. And so therefore, if you look at the Schedule 4 of the Constitution, we have not really seen counties going out of their way to establish so-called industries. I heard my friend Senator Arge talking about, or actually Senator Moses Kajwang talking about one factory, one district. It is possible, yes, to have even one factory, one county, but then very few have been able to do so. Yet, for example, if you look at Ukambani, you will find that it would be more profitable for the Ukambani counties to concentrate more on fruits, on mangoes, for example, and ensuring that the economy is actually, more productive that way. If you look at avocado, for our information, avocado oil, 1 liter is 6,000 shillings. So Kenyans do not need the 6,000 handout that has been promised by Azimio, La Kuzimia. What they need is a situation where you have, them producing these avocados. They will sell only 1 liter for 6,000 shillings. And if you are producing 10 liters a day, or even a month, you actually have your 36,000, which is more profitable because Kenyans want to actually, or even 60,000. Kenyans would actually want to produce for themselves. Kenyans are not used for handles. So those are the kind of places that we have missed, especially for us politicians, Mr. Speaker, because we have this tendency of promising roads and water and such kind of infrastructure. And to the extent that then the government has ended up borrowing all of the money from the banks, to the extent that then there is no money for private sector investment, which then would drive this kind of economic activities. Because if Isaac Mora, for example, has got some idea, he'll go to a bank and borrow, so that then that idea becomes marketable to earn himself and his family an income and the people that he will employ. So I think it's a paradigm shift, and we, in the Hustler Nation, do actually promise that we will take a third of our development budget towards economic regeneration, because I think that is what we need to do, so that you put money where people are actually producing, rather than waiting for handouts in terms of bursaries, in terms of roads that are actually being built at a very inflated cost, to the extent that then they are crowding out any form of other investment, and of course reallocating, wealth to the most privileged people, those who can make government decisions in lofty offices that are actually air conditioned. So this is a kind of shift that we need to look at, and I believe then, therefore, because we seem to have really over-devolved. I just heard Senator Sakaja giving an example that even the money for equitable share can only go for recurrent expenditure. Yes, it is true. In fact, this country has moved from a development surplus to a recurrent deficit. Currently, we are borrowing 800 billion shillings to actually finance recurrent expenditure. That's why you find even the budget for the second quarter has yet to be availed to all of the ministry, departments, and agencies, including Parliament itself. It's become very difficult to get access to the exchequer. This can only change, therefore, then when we refocus our development. But then also we must agree as a House of Reason, as a Senate, that we over-devolved. 47, devolved units was way too much. And most of them are actually not economically viable. So if you look, for example, it's transnational infrastructure. If you look at the ecosystem that transcends the boundaries of a county, especially because these counties, they go along the tribal lines, that ab initially were demarcated to suit political ends and even colonial ends, if you go further down the history. So you cannot therefore say, for example, a county like Lamu will not need Tana River for it to survive economically. You cannot say, for example, a county like Isiolo will not need to cooperate with Meru for it to survive economically. And so also all of the counties of Mount Kenya region require one another, because they have the same people with a similar culture and with a similar economic engagement. So these economic development models are critical. They actually mimic even what is happening at the continental level, where you have regional economic blocks, such as the East African Community, that now is a 7-member state with a huge market now in Congo, about 120 million people. You look at SADC, you look at ECOWAS, because that is the future. And you can see even the way Britain was affected when they left the EU, only that they got a respite from the former American President Donald Trump, so that they can actually be able to reduce their balance of payment deficits. So really, if you look at counties, they have to associate, and I really believe that Senator Nyamunga, this is a welcome bill, I'm only afraid that then, because of the timelines that are remaining, that it has to go back to the National Assembly and back, and we only have about 2 or 3 months of legislative time that people can concentrate before we have Senate somewhere in June. But this is a welcome bill. It should have come earlier, and I fully support it. What I would want to say is that even when you look at the regional economic blocks, we need to look at all the other forms of financing of such kind of development. And particularly if you are to have PPPs and also foreign investors, coming to take over, so that you have then shared ownership, but also concessionary, maybe for 20 or 25 years. That's the only way you are going to be able to rebuild our economy. But also, it is also an indictment on our national government to ensure that then we create new market for our products. I think we have ceded so much ground to the extent that then most of the products that are coming into the country need not to. Some of them actually need to be banned. For example, why should we be importing eggs? Why should we be importing milk into this country? These should be left to our local farmers so that we are able to produce better and to have a sustainable livelihood. Otherwise, I really support this bill. It is timely. I only hope that it can see light of day before the end of the 12th Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mwaura. Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief on my contribution to this bill. First of all, is to thank Senator Ross Nyamunga for coming up with this bill. And actually, as my colleague, Senator Mwaura said, I wish that this bill had come to this House a bit earlier. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to make 3 observations. One, that one of the biggest problems that we have in our counties is, in terms of development, is this mentality with county governors. I don't know whether it's a product of incompetence or it's a default setting, that for them, if they don't receive money from the national government, then everything, including salaries, stops. They have made themselves beggars for resources from the national government. I wish, Mr. Speaker, that through this bill, then the next crop of governors, most of whom I believe will be coming from this Senate, will open their eyes, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate that the real motivation behind devolution was not to create units whose only preoccupation is to receive funds from the national government to undertake development. Mr. Speaker, I am a very proud senator this evening. Proud because this bill speaks to what my party, Wiper, stands for. Mr. Speaker, we have it on record as a party that we are pushing forward the agenda of one factory in one county. That at least every county in this country must have a factory that does value addition to raw materials and resources found in that county. The Speaker, we are not just talking about one factory in one county for the sake of it. That comes with a lot of benefits. That creates jobs for our young people. That initiative, Mr. Speaker, will open up counties for inter-county trade. Will open up this country, Mr. Speaker, for international business, for export of processed and semi-processed products. But, Mr. Speaker, that can never happen in a situation where we have county governors whose only or the major source of funding is money from the treasury. That can never happen. County governments must be able to exploit resources found within themselves to be able to develop and create jobs for their people. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure, or I believe, that when Senator Rose was crafting this bill, she must have thought about a bill that she really supported, the mung beans bill that I pushed through the Senate, and I continually thank senators for passing that bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks to a principle that is very dear to my heart. A principle that every county is endowed differently, but so richly as to be able to sustain itself, especially for basic needs, without having to wait for funding from the national government. I heard my colleague, Senator Maura, Mr. Speaker, trying to create the wrong impression that certain economic models are specific to certain political formations. So, Speaker, when I looked at this bill is not about any political formation. This is a bill about our counties. It's a bill about resources found within our borders. It's a national bill for all intents and purposes. So, Speaker, in the best interest of a colleague of mine who also wants to move a bill, I would not say more, but I will say I fully support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Abshir Haraka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be very brief to allow my colleague to move his bill. But before I do that, let me quickly congratulate Senator Nyamunga for this really timely and very, it is timely bill. It's never too late. The County Resource Development Bill 2021, and to congratulate her because these are the kinds of bills that will really bring change to our country, in the sense that a lot of our bills are not economy facing, and this bill is economy facing, and therefore the economic outcomes that this bill will ensure will actually go a long way in the other socio-economic sectors that would then give our people the dignity and the self-determination they need. Mr. Speaker, again, I think that the regional blocks and the provisions within this bill for regional blocks and for counties to come together to form blocks that would then give them the economic viability, because some of the counties, as you know, are quite small, and the fact that then they can come together and form a viable economic unit would be a very good thing. But that having been said, I'll just add one more thing, that for the first time, our counties have to act like governments. What a government does is to ensure it's economically viable, so then it can provide services. But what our counties tend to be as departments of the national government. The two levels of government should not be, one should not be subservient to the other. They should actually be equal, just organized differently, and therefore waiting for national government to disburse funds or for the counties to just be on their knees if they don't get funds from national government, then takes away from their legitimacy as a government, because a government should then be able to provide services to its people, whether or not another entity is enabling that. So I think as our counties go forward, one of the measures of the viability of these governments at the local level is to ensure that they're economically viable and that they're working on all the infrastructure and all the foundational economic indicators to ensure that they run as a government and not as a department of another government. So I think this bill is going to go a long way in ensuring that that county governments and devolution is actually entrenched, and they move from a small department as they are viewed to something really big. I know Nairobi has a huge GDP, but even then, without the subventions from the national government, we've seen services just come to a halt. So what is that GDP all about if when the national government doesn't send money, Nairobi also stalls? So we need to start holding our county governments accountable as government and looking at every parameter of our government and saying, if you don't do these things, then do not consider yourselves government and just consider yourself a department. But that having been said, I don't want to take too much time. I know Senator Murkomen is looking at me with bad eyes from where he's sitting. But that is one of the issues that I wanted to just flag out and congratulate Senator for her very good and economy-facing bill. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Abshiru Harake. There being no any other request, I call upon the mover to reply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving this opportunity again. First of all, I want to say that generally I am a very independent-minded person, and I don't believe in dependency. That is what motivated me to come up with this bill. This bill, immediately I joined this Senate, I started working on it. It took a long time because it drew a lot of interest from the governors. They wanted to introduce some clauses that made it to become a money bill, and for that reason, it had to go to the National Assembly. It took a bit of time there. Then we had to recall it because it was not moving, it was not going through. That is why it has taken so long. But I want to thank all the senators, and I feel so much indebted to them. We have had a lot of contribution on this bill. I want to thank Senator Gertrude Musaruve, who seconded this motion. I may not have time to go through each and every contribution that each member made, but I have taken notes. They've really enriched this bill. I want to thank Senator Faria, Senator Okongo Omugeni, Senator Justice Stewart Matsayo, Senator Faki Mohammed, Senator Al-Gure of Masabit, Senator Sherargei, Senator Johnson Sakaja, Senator Moses Kajuang, Senator Naomi Shionga, Senator Mwaura, Senator Wambua, and finally, Senator Abshiro Halaki. Mr. Speaker, this bill, and taking into consideration the work that has been done in this country in infrastructure, I want to congratulate the President because what he has done in the infrastructure may not be seen today, but in a matter of 10, 20, 30, 40 years, every Kenyan will believe that we'll see that it was very important for us to expand our infrastructure, because after expanding that, it is very easy for the rest to fall in place. What is now very important for all of us is to get the best president who will move this country. First of all, get rid of corruption. Secondly, the president who will bring unity in this country, and finally jumpstart the economy. And that one will only be found in none other than President Raila Amolo Odinga. I believe in that, and I believe in his track record. I believe he's the right person who will move this country and also put the governors on their toes. Right now, the governors are not doing enough, other than whining and dining about the national cake. That is the only thing that they're concentrating on, that anytime this money delays, there's a lot of cry. Governors have brought so many traders or so many business people to their knees because of lack of thinking outside the box. Our counties are endowed with a lot of resources. If only...
Senator, are you insinuating that it is the work of the president to oversight governors?
He has to put them on his toes. If he keeps giving them money and gives them money all the time, how will they think outside the box? How will they develop the resources that they have? So the president has to do that. It has to be done. Governors must be put on their feet. Secondly, all the county employees must also be put on their feet. We don't want cries all the time from the national government, when the national government is also constrained by the resources that they can collect from businesses or the people. Other than that, I'm very grateful, and I want to thank all of us, but above all, I beg to move this bill, to move the bill. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg that the question be deferred to another day for obvious reasons that we don't have numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nyamunga. We will put the question tomorrow. Honorable members, I want to rearrange the order paper to order number 20. Clerk.
Order number 20, the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2021, second reading.
Senator Kipchumba Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the motion that the elections. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2021 be read a second time. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is straightforward, but sometimes not all things that are straight are straight, just like not all common sense are common. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is so precise, surgical. It goes to the heart of the problem that I want to solve. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan people are going to elections in August 9, 2022. And Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan people would like to, as many as possible, would like to run for offices, various offices. But Mr. Speaker, there is only one impediment, a very serious impediment affecting many candidates. The 2019 census indicate that, Mr. Speaker, only 3.5%, which is 1.2 million Kenyans, have a university degree. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Elections Act 2011, the Elections Act number 24 of 2011, Mr. Speaker, provides that for one to be able to run for office, Mr. Speaker, that qualification of nomination for candidates in Section 22 includes, Mr. Speaker, that to be a member of Parliament, you must have a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. This is where I have a problem, Mr. Speaker. It also provides that for you to be a county assembly member, you must be, have a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this is the heart of my problem. This is where I have greater concern, Mr. Speaker, because whereas we have the aspirations to have Kenyans have university degree, I think, Mr. Speaker, with the benefit of hindsight and with the experience we've received from 2011, it is now clear that, Mr. Speaker, these provisions was not well thought out. And I will explain why. Number one, as I've said, is that the vast majority of Kenyans of the country, only 3.5% have a degree. 96.5% of Kenyans do not have a degree. In the 2019 census, it showed that, Mr. Speaker, in one of the districts in Narok County, the Mau East, Mr. Speaker, that no person, not a single person, was recorded to have a degree. In Mount Elgon sub-county, Mr. Speaker, it was also clear from the census that there is no one individual who has a degree. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't mean that people from Mount Elgon East do not have degrees. It shows, Mr. Speaker, that most of the degree holders from these areas have migrated to other areas, either to Kitale town for Mount Elgon East, Mount Elgon sub-county, Mr. Speaker, or Nairobi. In fact, Sakaja should be aware of this, Senator Sakaja, that 25% of the 1.2 million Kenyans, which is nearly 300,000 of the graduates, reside in Nairobi. And then the rest now moves to cities like Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, Kisumu, Mombasa, a little bit of other towns around Nairobi. If you talk about Machakos, talk about Kiambu, Mr. Speaker, you talk about places like Rongai and other areas. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about degree qualification and say that only 3.5% of Kenyans should qualify to run to be members of county assembly and members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, I think it's unfair to say 96.5% of Kenyans should only choose leaders from 3.5% of their population. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I think that this degree requirement is unfortunate and unfair is because it is clear, Mr. Speaker, in Article 38 of the Constitution, that, Mr. Speaker, everyone has a right, without unnecessary restrictions, Mr. Speaker, to enjoy political rights. And, Mr. Speaker, if those political rights, I can just imagine that the Kenyan people wrote a constitution, the constitution to govern 100% of people of Kenya. But then from a statute, we tell them, but Article 38 is only enjoyed by 3.5% of the public. How unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, to say that, yes, Article 38 is good, but we have made some restriction. And, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the judge who, in the case of the County Assembly Forum against the IBC and others, Mr. Speaker, said that it was not feasible that County Assembly members should only come from 3.5% of Kenyan people, who most of them, 25%, have migrated to the place, to Nairobi and other cities, to look for money, Mr. Speaker, and a better life. Now you're telling them this special club of individuals can now fly to Isiolo to go and run to be county assembly members, can fly to Wajir, Mr. Speaker, can go to Elgeyo Marakwet County to now get for seats, and if they don't get, they come back to the city, you know? And those people who live in that vicinity, the teachers who, Mr. Speaker, have taught in Embobut and Bolot Ward for 10 years, you tell them you are not qualified to become a county assembly member in that area. Mr. Speaker, that is unreasonable restriction. That's a violation of Article 38 of the Constitution. And I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, that already the courts have assisted us on the part that touches on the county assembly member. The courts have already said a degree requirement for county assembly members is unreasonable. But that is the same section that captures also members of National Assembly. Just imagine that in the 290 constituencies, Mr. Speaker, we are saying the only people who are qualified to run for this office are those who have degrees. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that, Mr. Speaker, a court process, a properly prosecuted matter in a court of law today would bring the same results that, Mr. Speaker, the judge arrived at when he spoke about the county assembly, especially if you put the statistics on the table, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that you cannot lock out 96.5% of Kenyans from running for office as members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, they had an unreasonable thing about this academic qualification, and I'll show you how ridiculous it is. It says, Mr. Speaker, you have a degree, you qualify to run for office. But if you have a diploma, Mr. Speaker, in law, you don't qualify to run to be a member of parliament. Just imagine that nurse, Mr. Speaker, who has a diploma in nursing from Kenya medical training college. Just imagine that clinical officer. Imagine that person who studied radiology, Mr. Speaker, from KMTC and practiced, Mr. Speaker. They are the people, if you go to hospital, they do the scans, they do the nursing, Mr. Speaker. They are the clinical officer treating our people all over the country, having gone to school for almost 4 years, equivalent to the person who has a degree. But because formally, it doesn't have a degree paper, written degree, Mr. Speaker, you tell us, though he's a clinical officer, though he's a nurse, although, Mr. Speaker, is a radiologist, although he's qualified and has studied and worked to treat people, that, Mr. Speaker, they cannot qualify to hold office of a member of parliament. Only why? Because they don't have a paper written degree. Yet, these are people who are professionals of high caliber. Mr. Speaker, think about your teacher in high school. Probably your teacher in high school went to, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Science College, Teachers College, in either, Mr. Speaker, Nyeri or in Nairobi. Those days there were only 2, or was it 3, Mr. Speaker? And you tell that teacher with a diploma, Mr. Speaker, my physics teacher had gone to Kenya Science. My chemistry teacher, Mr. Speaker, had gone to Kenya Science. What? He was one of the best physics teachers in the Republic. They're the ones who are setting the exams. Now tell me, Mr. Speaker, that physics teacher, qualified with a diploma, Mr. Speaker, is retired. He wants to be the member of parliament of his constituency somewhere in Western Kenya. He is told, oh, Mr. Misiku, Mr. Speaker, is not qualified to run for member of parliament. Why? Because although he has produced so many graduates, he is well read, Mr. Speaker, he is a professional with knowledge in physics globally, that is not qualified, Mr. Speaker, to come to this chamber to become a member of parliament. But a person who has gone, Mr. Speaker, to some college, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to mention their names, qualified, got some degree, Mr. Speaker, called degree in leadership. You cannot verify properly even how they went through this education process. Maybe they even got E from first year to fourth year, but because they carry the paper of a degree, he's more qualified than that professional, Mr. Speaker, who has served the country in different capacities. Mr. Speaker, though we are encouraging our youth to go to TTI, technical training colleges, and we are telling them, you go to TTI, you become professionals. Mr. Speaker, you have engineering knowledge. They can dismantle an engine of a vehicle, Mr. Speaker, work on it, restore. Mr. Speaker, you can be able to drive that car safely. But you say it's not safe, Mr. Speaker, for that person to run for MP. Why? Because he doesn't have the paper. Think, Honorable Kajwang, of a CPAK holder, a certified public accountant Kenya, but because he doesn't have a formal degree, that person, if he sat in this house, will scrutinize the accounts of county government better than most of us who have other degrees that are unrelated to accounting. But because formally it's not written a degree, Mr. Speaker, it's not a degree, you say it's not qualified. The unfairness of picking a university degree as the only qualification to become a member of parliament, you can see how ridiculous it is. Because a CPK holder probably even studies longer, takes longer time to get that qualification than a person who has gone for a degree in leadership in some university. And I don't want to, Mr. Speaker, a university, I don't want to mention the names. Assume some university operating, Mr. Speaker, in River Road, 3rd floor, and there's a bar below that university.
Senator Murkomen, I think from that law it's very clear, from a recognized university.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when universities started mushrooming in this country, I am speaking like a former lecturer at a university. Most of the universities were operating in some building above another. A bar is, down here is a bar and a restaurant, but up here is a university. And that's why I was avoiding to mention their names, because I don't want to defame these universities. And I'm glad with the reforms that have been done. So far, they have reduced this mushrooming and, Mr. Speaker, uncoordinated growth of universities to various small buildings across the country. And you had lecturers running from Eldoret to Masai Mara to there was a place called to Bondo, and then come back to Nairobi, teaching, running up to Karatina. I know, my colleagues used to drive to Karatina, then go back to Eldoret, Moi University, go back to Bondo, come back to Masai Mara. Mr. Speaker, it was a very difficult time. And I'm saying, look at all these professionals. Look at the military. You've gone to the army. You've served your country. You go through training in the military from one stage to the other. You get professional training. But because it's not formally called a university degree, it's not a formal university degree, somebody who has risen to the position of a major or even lieutenant general, Mr. Speaker, without formal degree qualifications, they suddenly say you cannot be an MP. Or a person who has risen through the police ranks to become Inspector General of Police. Maybe then, now they require a degree, maybe then. And then, Mr. Speaker, you say, this person is not qualified. Mr. Speaker, if for no other reasons, I like to convince my colleagues that the qualification that it must be a degree, Mr. Speaker, is ridiculous, it is unfair, it's creating a club of the few privileged, Mr. Speaker, who access leadership against the provisions of Article 38 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what about those who are already in Parliament? What happens to such a provision? Mr. Speaker, you tell people, okay, fine, you must have a degree. But we know, Mr. Speaker, Tom Mboya didn't have a university degree. He had some diploma. Was it from University of London? I need someone to check on matters related to labor movement. It was? Yes, it was Oxford, actually. He went to Oxford, but didn't have a degree, was a diploma. But a well-recognized diploma. Tom Mboya is the man who wrote the sessional paper number 10 of 1965. We may not agree. We may never agree with the sessional paper number 10 of 1965 because of the inequalities that came with it. But we are trying to say that he was so qualified that he is the one who organized airlifts with President J.F. Kennedy, and this country to take hundreds of Kenyans to have the degrees they had, and they came back to develop this country, including the Obama Senior, among others, Mr. Speaker, Professor George Saitoti, and many other renowned professionals in this country that we know went through that program. A man who did that had barely a diploma, Mr. Speaker. He didn't have a degree. But Tom Mboya's, Mr. Speaker, footprints in the history of this country are forever recognized. What about Daniel Arap Moi, who never stepped into any university, didn't have a formal degree? But do you know that Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi had been invited to go? He was one of the most brilliant students, Mr. Speaker, who had been invited to go and study in Alliance. But because someone hid his letter, he ended up going to one of the best high schools in this country, Kapsabet High School. And I'm sure Cherargei will be very proud of that because they share the same history with former President Moi. And Mr. Speaker, from there I went through, to college, Mr. Speaker, to become a teacher and became the President of the Republic of Kenya for 24 years. Suddenly, because we are being reactionary, we are saying people must have degrees to be able to be elected as leaders. I beg you leaders, brothers and sisters who are here, Mr. Speaker, who have the privilege to be here, let's not block our colleagues to having opportunity to continue to serve. Now you're going to tell me, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to mention people's names, but I don't know many in this chamber who do not have a university degree. I don't know them. But I know a number of them in the National Assembly. And I know them to be very qualified leaders, served their constituents for more than 15 years. Now you're telling me suddenly they are not qualified. That because of this law, in these elections of 9th August 2022, they are not going to participate. Why? Because they suddenly become less of member of parliament? And if they qualify, Mr. Speaker, if they qualify, then why can't others like them qualify? If we say we are going to protect those who already have served as members of parliament, we must protect those who have the similar potential to become members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. And this is where, Mr. Speaker, I beg our colleagues to be able to support. Linturi was in the old parliament, 10th, as in 10th or 11th? 10th. And in 10th parliament, in 11th parliament, in the 12th parliament, this one, there is no academic qualification for degree requirement. But look around here. Who is not qualified to be in this chamber, Mr. Speaker? Why did Kenyans end up electing 80–90% of us who have degrees to come here, notwithstanding the requirement that you don't have to have degree to become a member of parliament? Why? Why did they elect us, Senator Sakaja, Senator Moses Kajwang here, Senator Linturi, Senator Cherargei, my former student, Senator Abshiro here, Senator Nyamunga? Mr. Speaker, even a PhD holder like Dr. Msuruve Mr. Speaker, or a professional pharmacist like yourself. Mr. Speaker, why did they choose us? Yet it was nowhere written that you must have a degree. Because Kenyan people will already factor these. Anyway, elected 70, 80, 90% of us based on that academic qualification. You don't need to lock out the other 2, 3, 4, 5, 10% who would come without a degree but with a diploma. And by the time we are done in this chamber, perhaps we'll get their degrees, Mr. Speaker. By the time we are leaving here, they may be having a master's degree, Mr. Speaker, and so forth and so forth. I beg this chamber, Mr. Speaker, and the Senate to agree with me that, Mr. Speaker, not putting academic qualification in qualification to leadership does not mean that Kenyans are not going to elect leaders who have academic qualification. No, it just means that give everybody an equal chance. If you are expecting 96.5% of Kenyans to vote for us, you should also expect the 96.5% of Kenyans to enjoy those rights that, Mr. Speaker, they are according us, the privileges. You know, every day I think, and I really am grateful, that somebody somewhere who didn't go to school, who doesn't have food, who doesn't have shoes, is responsible for my greatness, for my being here, for my popularity, for my visibility. I am visible here because someone in Embobut Forest, Mr. Speaker, or somebody who lives somewhere in a place called Kalwal in Keyo South, or somebody who lives somewhere, Mr. Speaker, in Iten, or in the slums in Iten, Mr. Speaker, or in Kapcherop, is responsible for my being here so that I wear a tie, I look good, I have a bodyguard, I have a good car, I live in a good place. Mr. Speaker, we should not, Mr. Speaker, do what is called Madarao. By now coming here and say, okay, we are now the more privileged, the more educated, the more, Mr. Speaker, having opportunity. We use our privilege to lock out, Mr. Speaker, the 96.5% of Kenyans who do not have university degrees. And, Mr. Speaker, let's open the door for them to be able to have also a chance to be elected, Mr. Speaker, and to grow from that election going forward. Mr. Speaker, I want to add that there is also no empirical data and evidence that better leaders are the ones that have university degrees. And I like what the judge said, Mr. Speaker, in the decision of the County Assembly Forum versus County Assembly Forum and others versus IBC and others, that, Mr. Speaker, leadership in Kenya should be pursue more ethics and values than papers, Mr. Speaker. Papers that sometimes are procured unethically. How many leaders are in court now fighting court cases because of the questions around their academic qualifications? Because, Mr. Speaker, they found that this thing has become an impediment to leadership. Some people got some people to do exam for them, or, Mr. Speaker, got a degree. One person, Mr. Speaker, who graduated, Mr. Speaker, I know, graduated on a Sunday, Mr. Speaker, from a university that does not have a graduation on Sunday, because he didn't check when they were faking the date of graduation, Mr. Speaker, he didn't check properly. Mr. Speaker, you know a case, and Senator Sakaja knows this, I don't want to mention the name because it was in his party, where an aspirant, Mr. Speaker, said he had a degree from, if it was not Guatemala, it was Ecuador. It's South American, one of those South American countries. Then on the dog, Mr. Speaker, was asked, when you went to Ecuador, when you took the flight, where did you land, the final airport? He said, I can't remember, it was a long time ago. Who doesn't remember the first day you went to school, Mr. Speaker? Then the next question was, what was the language of instruction? He said it was English. But in that country, they only use Spanish, Mr. Speaker. Yeah? That university, they have never taught using English. So, Mr. Speaker, people are faking academic qualifications because it has become a mandatory requirement. I beg, Mr. Speaker, that you agree with me that we must, Mr. Speaker, let's not, the Bible says, the Lord's Prayer says, lead us not into temptation. Mr. Speaker, this law is leading Kenyans into temptation. The temptation of faking university degrees, Mr. Speaker, and qualifications, just to at least have a chance. Not that they are sure they will be elected, so that they have a chance to compete, Mr. Speaker, for an elective position. We should not do that to our people, Mr. Speaker. We must allow them, Mr. Speaker, to be able to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second last thing is to say, Mr. Speaker, that, the second last thing is to say there is lack, Mr. Speaker, of what we call non-conventional qualification, where you rate somebody's experience. Mr. Speaker, experience is a very important thing. Over time, my father doesn't have a Class 8 certificate, and my father doesn't have a Form 4 certificate. But my father went to something like up to Class 3, and when he was done, he became a lay preacher. And then after some time, his church organized for training for lay preachers to become evangelists. So he went for 2 years training, he qualified to be an evangelist. And remember, he had to do self-education first for him to be able to know how to read and write, because finishing Class 3 does not, Mr. Speaker, in most cases you may not be able to understand English and Kiswahili. But while we were going through primary school, he was going through also self-education himself, buying books, reading, calling teachers to teach him. Then he went for this training that is organized by his church through their own college. Mr. Speaker, got a certificate after 2 years, became an evangelist, took another 10 years of experience as a preacher, went back to school, then he was trained again for 2 years, then he became a pastor, then he rose up, Mr. Speaker, he became a reverend. Mr. Speaker, if he was to seek for even an MCA, he would not qualify. But he's leading souls to heaven. Mr. Speaker, a more honorable task, Mr. Speaker, than being a member of County Assembly of Earth. Mr. Speaker, such people don't become qualified because we do not have non-conventional ways of testing experiences and qualifications that people have that otherwise would have made them leaders without this requirement for academic qualification. I beg this House, and I request this House. I'm aware of my colleague, Senator Ledama, is also having an amendment that, Mr. Speaker, if this of mine succeeds, it will not be necessary, Mr. Speaker. That let us say that to be a leader, it is enough to be able to read and write in English or Kiswahili language, or in the case of a person who is deaf or hard of hearing, is literate in Kenya Sign Language. That should be enough, Mr. Speaker, for us to have the entry. This is an entry requirement. Then the people of Kenya would vet us. Let me close by saying, there is no other seat in the Republic of Kenya, no other employment that is equivalent to election. There is no vetting that is done to anybody than all of us who are sitting in this House. And there is no more challenging job than leading people. It was challenging to Moses in the Bible, to Joshua, Mr. Speaker, to Gideon. It's challenging to leaders in this country. It continues to be challenging, even up to now. If one can have the power and capacity to be vetted by, say, in Meru, 700,000 people, and you have been elected, what is university degree compared to this rigorous vetting, where someone trusts you, goes to a polling booth, Mr. Speaker, and locks himself there and says, I'm voting for Senator Kidiomi? What kind of faith and trust? How have you been able to convince somebody? It's one thing to say leaders are buying votes, but when that person enters into a polling booth, Mr. Speaker, he's alone. And he still has the audacity to mark my name. It's a strong statement of faith and trust after strong. I find sometimes some people in social media discussing leaders like Sakaja, who got 830,000 votes, the people of Nairobi. That's a huge, 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 huge endorsement. Huge. He has never met those people face to face, but they have faith in him that he's going to represent their views in the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a greater vetting than forcing someone to say you must have a degree requirement. In any case, Mr. Speaker, some of our top people who have become presidents, presidential candidates, we're not even sure about their degree qualifications. Why should we subject other Kenyans to this requirement? Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request Senator Johnson Sakaja to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this bill. And I'll pick up from where Senator Murkomen has started from. An election is the expression of the sovereignty of the people. The people of Kenya are the ones who ultimately determine who becomes their leader. And especially, Mr. Speaker, And we need to differentiate, especially in representative positions. So a representative position is like that of an MCA, representing his people in the ward. And the people in that ward, in Suba or Mbita or wherever, feel that Kajwang is the one to represent them. He is an expression of their aspirations. He has been with them in the community, and they decide to choose him, Mr. Speaker. I think it will be wrong to put an undue barrier to that, Mr. Speaker. Representative position is like that of a member of parliament, of the National Assembly, or even of the Senate, if we stretch the meaning, because really we represent in a corporate sense of it. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I support this in terms of MPs, and not for governor and president, I think governor and president is a higher threshold of decisions that are made individually, is because these others are collegiate institutions. That 3% that Senator Murkomen is talking about will sit in the county assembly or in the National Assembly with other leaders and vote on issues collectively. So they take collegiate responsibility of their decisions, at that level. So the value of that education then, Mr. Speaker, can be either compensated or, assisted by those who they are with, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to express executive authority, and it's really a Kenyan thing, Mr. Speaker, because even the highest, the biggest democracy in the world, that is the US, to become president of the US, there is no requirement apart from being a US citizen. There is no academic requirement, there is no, so long as you're a voter above 18 years old, I think they actually have an age limit, I think 21 or something. You can actually become president of the US, commanding the biggest economy in the world, Mr. Speaker. But we have put those restrictions. And those restrictions, Mr. Speaker, have brought about what Senator Murkomen is talking about. We have people who have walked around with degrees, but they have no classmates. No one can tell you that I went to school with so-and-so. They cannot even show a photo from school. No one says, some even say they taught. No one says this person taught me, because they have gone and found, papers. And papers are everywhere, Mr. Speaker. I think for the executive positions of governor, deputy governor, it is necessary. It would be good to have that, and I don't want to call it really a filter, because, Mr. Speaker, if you have, for instance, if you become governor of Laikipia, there is no university degree that will make you be a good governor. Yes. Because you're in charge of water, you're in charge of health, you're in charge of finance, you're in charge of engineering, of infrastructure. Which degree covers all of those, Mr. Speaker? You're not going to play a technical position. What you need is actually leadership. That you can be able to get the best engineer, you'll get the best water person, you'll get the best doctors, because you don't have to be a doctor to be in charge of, look at our Ministry of Health today, Mr. Speaker. The CS for Health, who is the CS for Health actually right now? Mutai Kagwe is not a doctor. But so is he not qualified to be the CS for Health? In fact, there is no academic requirement for cabinet secretaries. The CS for Infrastructure is a banker. The CS, so there's no, it's an argument that doesn't hold, ground, unless you said you need a qualification in a specific field. What this was trying to cure was a time where I think in previous governments, the president then would really try and bring very illiterate people to leadership positions. And I will not mention them because they were loved by the communities, but extremely illiterate people. But the Constitution then, pre-2010, said that there must be an aptitude test. You test the aptitude. There used to be an English and Swahili lesson, a test, that if you can communicate and you can read, and your aptitude shows that really you can interact with a matter and rationalize it, deliberate it in your mind and make a decision, then you qualify to present yourself again to the people to elect you. Because it is not that qualification that gets you elected. Because if it was so, we'd say then for you to be MCA, maybe have a diploma, for you to be MP, have a degree, for you to be senator, have a master's, for you to be governor, have a doctorate, and then for you to be president, be a professor. If the extent of education really had a direct correlation with your leadership capacity. But there is no direct correlation. Mr. Speaker, we've seen people in this parliament who have titles, professor, doctor. In fact, there was one in the last parliament, I think the previous one, from Nyanza. Who people would ask, this is a professor from where? Surely. What professor is this? Because when they speak, they reek of ignorance. Even just basic, a basic debate on a very simple issue. There is no education that shows. But some leaders we've had in this country, and I like the example given of Tom Mboya, and even more recent examples, Mr. Speaker, that we've had. You hear them, you hear education. You can tell this person has considered a matter. Tom Mboya, even Martin Shikuku, who held the record for debate in Parliament, he would speak for a week and speak very well. Proper debate. He'd understand the law. We have people like Paul Muite, who didn't even go to law school, but became a lawyer. He was admitted to the bar because of his experience, Mr. Speaker. People like Steve Jobs, they didn't finish school. People like Virgin, what's the name of this guy? Richard Branson, yeah? And those are not exceptions to the rule. Tom Mboya, even Bill Gates, Mr. Speaker. Tom Mboya, beyond just doing the sessional paper, which I saw Senator Abdul doesn't like, Mr. Speaker, the journey to independence of this country, if there is one person who did the heavy lifting, it was Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya was on negotiating the Littleton settlement, the Lennox-Boyd constitution. When he'd go to London with Kenyatta and Jaramogi, they would be put in dormitories. He would be put up at the Piccadilly because he's the one who had been talking with the Foreign Office from there. He's the one writing the letters, and he was in his 20s, Mr. Speaker. Educational qualification on paper is not a guarantee of leadership capacity and ability. Mr. Speaker, very many of our MCAs have approached us. Very many of our colleagues from the other house have approached us saying, I have led these people. I've been a councillor, then I became an MCA. I have led these people all this time. Why are you blocking us? And I'm glad Senator Murkomen has come with the statistics that only 3.6% of Kenyans hold, 3.5% hold that qualification. So, Mr. Speaker, if we were even to put a threshold, because, it says that Parliament shall enact a law determining the qualification, Mr. Speaker, the basic threshold should be concomitant with what has been the universally available level of education. If you say we have free education from primary school to secondary, then let it be that, if we were to move further. Or if free education ends at primary, because some people, Mr. Speaker, qualified to go to the university. They got A's, we know people who got very good marks, C's, C+, B's, but could not afford to go to university. Because you might find that they come from such great poverty that they have to forego going to school so that they can actually start doing something that gives them an income to take care of their families. So if there have not been equal opportunities in this country for everyone to attain that universally accepted level of education, then that should not be a barrier, again, Mr. Speaker, for leadership, Mr. Speaker. It's an expression of the will of the people. I think in those representatives, and I thank Senator Murkomen for doing this, I know many of these leaders we talk to and around the county assemblies and even prospective people who want to come to Parliament have really been saying, look, don't limit us in terms of, if my people feel that I can lead them. If Article 38 says I have the right to vie and to stand for election, please do not limit that. But Mr. Speaker, I insist for the seat of governor, for the seat of president, there needs to be some threshold. In as much as I explained how ironic it is, because even the US doesn't have it, and there's no specific, it really actually should all be an aptitude test, a test of your aptitude. Mr. Speaker, we have had people here, governors, in the last term and the other term, who, when they show you their qualification, yes, they are governors, they have a paper, but there's no education in that person. There's none. Some even who are struggling to read, Mr. Speaker. So would you rather that person who's struggling to read, but has a document that says he has gone to school and has been given the power to read? Or would you rather that person, a CPAK, a certified public accountant, who has done up till Section 6, Part 3 of CPAs, a pilot who is flying the Dreamliner, today is not qualified to become an MP? A pilot. If you've ever sat at a cockpit and you look at the calculations, the mathematics involved, the physics, Mr. Speaker, that person is not qualified to be an MP. It is, I think it's legislation that does not make sense at all. It doesn't. What we need to cure is the issue of ability to interact, to communicate, to read and understand, and translate it to the people that you're serving. And even as we do that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's upon us as well to think about how do we increase access then to education. I think the government that comes in, the Kenya Kwanza government, Mr. Speaker, must make sure there is accessible universal education up until university. And when that is done, for a period of 5 to 10 years, then put that as a threshold, that the education was available, you could have gone there for free, you chose and decided not to actually go there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have county assemblies that debate such intricate issues of their people that they allow even vernacular for them to be able to debate in vernacular. Why do they allow that? Because leadership, Mr. Speaker, is not eloquence in English. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, is not knowing the methalis. Leadership is being able to have a vision, to be trusted by your people, to translate it to them, and to lead them towards a destination. Leadership is influence. And Mr. Speaker, if there are people who have that leadership, I know, I will not mention certain women reps in this country who people thought that they are not, literate. But if you go to their people, that is the leader they want. You will bring a professor versus that lady, they will choose that lady. And the people choosing her are actually very much educated. And Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised. I think the people of Kenya have had a way of correcting it. Because you find in those very marginalized areas, incidentally, despite that requirement not having been there before, they have brought us some of the most educated people. The highest number of doctors and people with masters in the National Assembly are from marginalized areas. They're from the northeastern, they're from eastern parts of this country. Those from urban areas, Mr. Speaker, is where we're having challenges. Where you see who is coming from many of the urban areas in terms of just that document, Mr. Speaker. There's a disconnect. So Kenyans will be able to correct. Kenyans will be able to choose that, yes, there is Professor so-and-so, but also there is this person we've been with in the trenches. This person has helped us when we've had issues of famine. This person has helped us when it comes to our children. This person is the one we want to lead. So let that decision, let that sovereignty, let that right in Article 38 not be limited to only 3% of Kenyans. Let it be available to all Kenyans in those offices. And let the rest of us who feel that we have studied, we have a lot of qualifications, we have multiple papers, let us go for governor and president, Mr. Speaker. And the rest, when they get there, they can join us. But for now, Mr. Speaker, let us not limit the representative offices of MP and MCA, Mr. Speaker. With that, I beg to support and an urge, because, Mr. Speaker, we've gone through this as a Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. There were two proposals. There's one by Senator Murkomen and one by Senator Ledamo Olekina. In as much as we tried to harmonize, because Olekina's was different, you're saying that, for you to be a councillor, you should have been a former councillor as well as an MC. It was a bit complicated, in looking at it. You can't choose when to have been, a councillor. Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, really, the Constitution says that you can run for office if you're 18. But who has a degree at 18? Or who has a diploma at 18? You can't. So it's contradicting itself, Mr. Speaker. In essence, a young person at 18 can finish school and say, the Constitution allows me to vie. Why is there this undue restriction on me to vie? Because I'd have to take another 4 or 5 years to go to university, Mr. Speaker. So I would urge Senator Ledama to step down his or to try and convince us to make an amendment, but let us not do the same process twice in terms of two laws. The first one that came was Senator Murkomen's, and I think this is the way to go, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Thank you, Senator. Now I propose the question that the Election Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2021 be read second time. What's it, Mr. Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, having consulted my colleagues, I'd like to move the following motion that pursuant to Standing Order 31, that the Senate extends its sitting today until the conclusion of business appearing in order number 20 in today's order paper. And I ask Senator Moses Kajwang to second.
I hope I don't lose my... Mr. Speaker, I second.
I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 3131, the Senate extend its sitting today until the conclusion of business appearing as order number 20 in today's order paper. I put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 3131, the Senate extend its sitting today until the conclusion of business appearing as order number 20 in today's order paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this amendment When Senator Murkomen made his intention to amend the Election Act, it was a time of heightened political activity, and it gave the impression that this was another partisan amendment. And Mr. Speaker, people took positions based on who they didn't like, rather than on what they liked. And Mr. Speaker, I think this Senate is a house that has proven that when we have controversial issues, we are able to look at the merit of the arguments that have been put before us. This is a matter that I want to debate, not from the lens of my political affiliation, not even from the lens of my political party membership, but out of my conviction on the kind of leadership that we need in this country. Mr. Speaker, Senator Murkomen proposes that we amend the law so that those who can run for parliament and posts in county assemblies are able to read and write in the English or Swahili language, or they are literate in the Kenyan Sign Language. In essence, he's talking about basic literacy. And basic literacy is defined as being able to construct a sentence, a simple sentence, in a language of choice. This is in response to the coming into force of the amendment that was passed by the National Assembly way back in 2017. And Mr. Speaker, we were in this house with Senator Murkomen, and I think that idea had originated from Windsor, where there was a select committee that had gone there, headed by Senator Orengo and Senator Kiraitu Murungi, and various other senators were part of it. I think Senator Murkomen was part of that team that went to Windsor, Senator Mutula Kilonzo and others. And amongst the proposals that they came up with, there's one can that they decided to kick down the road, and that was the one on qualification of members of parliament and members of county assembly. And they said, let it take effect in the next elections so that it was not going to affect them in that election. Mr. Speaker, before that amendment in 2017, one required to have a certificate, a diploma, or other post-secondary school qualification to qualify to run for parliament or to qualify to run for the member of county assembly. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I do not support that postponed proposal that for you to become a member of parliament or a member of county assembly, you need to have a university degree. But as I proceed with my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I will attempt to make a distinction between basic literacy and basic education. And I will conclude by saying which of the two do I think leaders should have, because Senator Murkomen has talked of basic literacy, but the act before 2017 talked about basic education, which was defined as a post-secondary qualification. To the question of how many Kenyans have a university degree, if the numbers presented by the mover of this bill, Senator Murkomen, is correct, 3.5%, then restricting membership of parliament and county assemblies to 3.5% of the population is creating an elite that is not acceptable given the kind of constitution and the kind of nation that we are trying to build. This 3.5%, in terms of regional distribution, is extremely skewed. We know that northern Kenya, certain parts of the Rift Valley, certain parts of southern Kenya, the distribution of degrees might not be as dense as distribution of degrees in places like Nyanza, places like Central, places like Western and Eastern. And it is because of the concept of African socialism, where we talked about developing high potential areas. But it was also a legacy of colonialism, that the schools that were established, the missions that were established in certain specific areas. And therefore, residents of those areas benefited at the expense of people from the northern frontier, areas that were declared war zones for a very long time, all the way to independence. So, Mr. Speaker, it would be possible, if you came to Homa Bay County, that when you throw a stone, it will land on the roof of a degree holder. In fact, in some villages, if you throw a stone, it would land on the roof of a PhD holder. But that is not the case across the country. Therefore, to restrict political leadership to only 3.5% of the population would be discrimination of a large proportion of Kenyans. In this House, we have 67 members of the Senate. Most likely we have 150 degrees amongst us, because many of us have got 2 degrees, 3 degrees, but that is not the case everywhere. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, what type of government did we envision when we enacted our constitution in 2010? And if you look at Article 4 and Article 10 of their constitution, it tells you what kind of nation we envisioned. We say we are a multi-party democracy founded on national values and principles. Mr. Speaker, the national values and principles include things like non-discrimination, equality, and participation of the people. And so, it would be unfair to openly and outrightly discriminate against the majority of the population, because that will fly against the provisions of Article 10 and Article 4 of the Constitution. We are a democracy, or are we a meritocracy? Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this has been the debate in many parts of the world, that what form of government works. The Chinese believe that a meritocracy is the best form of government, but it is a meritocracy that is guided. That for you to become a member of the the Communist Party of China, you have to be nurtured through the system. You have to start from the bottom. In fact, it is almost an unwritten rule that for you to lead China, you must have been a premier, you must have led some region, or you must have been in the party structures for a long time. That is a meritocracy. But in our constitution, we chose a democracy. And Mr. Speaker, democracy means that all members who have got the right to vote also have got the right to vie to represent the rest of the population. Where we must insist on meritocracy is a civil service. In Parliament, we must insist on people who have got their ears to the ground and who are articulate and able to bring the concerns and the wishes of their people to Parliament. There is also the question of universal suffrage. Young people don't know that for some years in the history of this country, not everyone could vote. That pre-independence, there was a complicated voting system where it depended on the number of cows or the acres of land that you had. And even women didn't have the vote. People don't know that the United States of America that we so admire, not too long ago, black people did not have the right to vote. In our constitution, we said we are a republic, we said we are based on universal suffrage, where any Kenyan of adult age has got a right to vote. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if we talk about universal suffrage as a principle of our representative politics, this business of people lining up to apply for voters' cards when they are already citizens of the republic is nonsense. Mr. Speaker, given an opportunity, and I wish that this House had that capacity, in the next Senate, we must abolish all these silos we have that disenfranchise Kenyans. You have already gone through a rigorous process coming from Suba, which is a border sub-county. Mr. Speaker, the kind of suffering we are subjected to, those of us who come from border sub-counties, is unheard of. When you tell someone from Kiambu the kind of travails we go through to get an ID, they think that that is a different Kenya. Because if you come from Kiambu, you go to a Huduma center at El Posta, and within a few days, you've got your ID. But if you come from Suba, if you come from Fangano Island, from Remba Island, they first of all, you are guilty until you prove your innocence. They first of all consider you to be a Ugandan, simply because you come from a border with Uganda, or you come from the border with Tanzania. There will be vetting. You will be told to bring all sorts of documentation, which people coming close to the center of the country are not subjected to. Mr. Speaker, we are disenfranchising Kenyans. And yes, we are saying, and yet we are saying universal suffrage is an inalienable principle and concept in the politics of this country. They said no taxation without representation. How many Kenyans are paying tax? How many Kenyans are voting? There's a big debate, Mr. Speaker. And if you recall, even Plato in the Republic had said that the democracy is the worst form of government possible. Because sometimes those who are enlightened are overpowered by those whom he thought did not have the skills or qualities to be able to make decisions. But, Mr. Speaker, we went for universal suffrage, and every vote counts, every vote should count. The concern that led people to propose that we need to have degrees was an example in our counties, where members of county assembly have to oversight a CEC with degrees or with PhDs in financial matters. And so you've got a member of county assembly who's been elected by his people because he's passionate about representing his people, and then he has to deal with county integrated development plan. He has to deal with a county fiscal strategy plan. He has to deal with an annual development plan. And Mr. Speaker, many people thought that the skills of the CEC should match the skill of the MCA. But, Mr. Speaker, I beg to disagree, because the CEC does more of a technocratic, bureaucratic job. And as I said earlier, meritocracy must be observed in bureaucratic and technocratic positions. CECs doing that job require those degrees. But members of county assembly, being representative, what they need are the basic skills to be able to represent their people. The same thing has been said about parliament, that you find cabinet secretaries coming before parliament and running rings around members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that they would run rings around members of parliament because of the absence of education in parliament. In any case, this parliament has got one of the best technical support structures I've seen elsewhere. And thanks to being a leader of a committee, I have visited a number of parliaments, Mr. Speaker. What members would lack in form of degrees will be more than compensated by the qualities and the attributes and the technical skills that we have in parliament. If we use our clerks' offices properly, if we use bodies like the Parliamentary Budget Office properly, you will not require to have a PhD in public finance for you to chair the Public Accounts Committee. You will only need to have a team of analysts, team of accountants, a team of systems people, and they will advise you as a member of parliament on how to make the right decisions. Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that we must distinguish between literacy and basic education. And this is where I now have a problem with the Senator Murkomen amendment. I made it clear that I do not support the degree requirement. But Senator Murkomen is proposing that we move away from the basic education and go to basic literacy. The current act, or the act before it was amended in 2017, required a post-secondary qualification. Now, Senator Murkomen does not even talk of post-secondary. He does not even talk about a secondary education. He does not even talk of primary education. He says that as long as you are able to read and write in English or Kiswahili, then you can come to parliament. I have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, what are the duties of a legislator? It is to legislate, it is to represent, and it is to oversight. For you to be a good legislator, you don't need a PhD. You probably don't need a degree, because as I said, that this parliament has got very robust structures, and we hope that those structures can be replicated across our county governments. You need to have basic education to be able to be a good legislator. But I don't subscribe that for you to be a good legislator, all you need to do is to speak English or Kiswahili or to speak sign language. Mr. Speaker, there must be evidence that you went to a school. There must be evidence that you went in and came out with some qualification. Because at the end of the day, government is a complex organization, that even if you went and studied metalwork as post-secondary, there will be something about metal workers that will be discussed in this house. The other duty of a legislator or a member of parliament or MCA is to represent. Again, Mr. Speaker, you don't need a PhD to be a good representative. What you need is basic education to be a good representative of your people. You must be in a position to sit with the Kenya National Union of Teachers. You must be in a position to sit with the clinical workers and health workers in your respective domains and have a basic understanding of some of their concerns so that you can represent them. And so to reduce the requirement to just speaking English or Swahili, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is dropping the bar too low. The other responsibility is to oversight. And Mr. Speaker, again, you need certain basic skills to carry out oversight. You don't need a PhD because they are specialized institutions, Mr. Speaker. You've got the Auditor General, you've got the EACC, you've got the Ombudsman, and several other constitutional institutions that have been established. So we are not saying that the perfect MP is a guy with a PhD in everything. But the perfect MP is a guy with basic education, with compassion, with empathy, and with the heart of his people that he holds dear, and he brings those issues to the House. The other duty of an MCA and a member of National Assembly and Senate is in budgeting. Again, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be a CPAK or FCCA because you'll be having the control of budget and several bodies supporting you. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I do not support the lowering of the bar to basic literacy, but I support the establishment of the bar to basic education. That will be the Elections Act before it was amended in 2017. And so, Mr. Speaker, let the record be very, very clear. I do not support reduction of minimum qualification to reading and writing, English or Kiswahili. I support the reintroduction of the provision of basic education, which is a post-secondary qualification, not a university qualification. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose, number one, that we go back to the law as it was before 2017, post-secondary qualification. Number two, I want to propose that political parties be allowed to establish their rules. Political parties are like clubs, Mr. Speaker. For you to have the Holy Communion in the Adventist Church, where I belong, you must be baptized. And if you don't like it, you can go to the Legio Maria Church. And in the Legio Maria Church, again, you must also be baptized. If you don't like it, you can go to Dini ya Msambwa. And to Dini ya Msambwa, again, for you to eat the communion, you must be baptized. Mr. Speaker, let political parties decide the qualifications, minimum qualifications, for the people they are going to nominate. Number three, Mr. Speaker, let nominations, let this academic qualification apply to nominations. Why? Because nominations are a top-up to whatever it is, existing skills that are already in the House. The skills in the House are subject to universal suffrage. So anyone with a degree in with a certificate in masonry can come to this House. But when it comes to nominations at county and national government level, assemblies, let the degree requirement apply. And number four, Mr. Speaker, let meritocracy be the hallmark of our civil service. Let Parliament be representative and democratic, but let the civil service be meritocratic. Mr. Speaker, let's not kick the can down the road again. Let's not suspend that provision to the next election. Let's deal with it. And for the interest of Senator Murkomen, in as much as I don't support the degree requirement, I also don't support the reduction of the minimum requirement to basic English Swahili. I support the situation that was there before the 2017 amendment, which is basic education defined as a post-secondary qualification. Mr. Speaker, with that, I support, and if there will be necessary amendments, we shall move them at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Now, Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I know this amendment has generated a lot of political hate, but let me congratulate my lecturer, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, for this wonderful thought to hustlers. Mr. Speaker, you know many hustlers, because of the hard times of getting school fees, most of them were not able to go beyond primary or secondary school. I know Kenya has come of age in terms of access to education. I know it's a basic human right, Article 43 on economic and social rights. Right to quality education is one of the basic rights. And since introduction of free primary education from 2003, of course, we have seen significant growth in terms of access to education. But that one should not be a yardstick in terms of qualification to leadership. Because when you read the text and form of Article 38, Part 3C, it says to be a candidate for public office within a political party of which citizen is a member, and if elected to hold office, So it's a basic right that is entitled to each and every Kenyan to participate in electoral process. The introduction of qualification has looked at under Section 22, which the intention is to amend, was not envisaged under Article 38. And therefore, I think what we should know is that leadership is God-given. When you look at Titus, when you look at Romans, for us Christians who believe in the Holy Bible, it says that leadership comes from God. And therefore, it goes without saying that although we need basic requirements or minimum requirements, I've seen many political parties have advertised that when you are looking for certain position, you must have certain minimum requirements or qualification. And it is very important, and I agree with Senator Kajwang, that political parties must agree on their requirements or for any of the aspirants that are running for offices. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a straightforward amendment, and leaders come and go. And the bottom line is service to the people. And where I come from, even one of the MCAs who is a good friend of mine, Honorable Fred Kipkemboi, who is representing Kapsabet Ward for the second time, almost 10 years now, did not have a degree, but has been re-elected, has been elected and re-elected. So it is hard because Kenyans are looking more beyond the degree. I know most of colleagues and have had word on the on the corridors of parliament. Some of the colleagues were excited that some of the opponents will be technically locked out for not having degree. But that should not, they should note that it is the decision of the people. Let the people decide the leaders they want, but I agree that let's leaders, at least let's have some level of literacy so that we don't need, I agree that, so that basic understanding of the legislative process. You remember, Mr. Speaker, the legislative process is very rigorous, and therefore comprehending and understanding should be our top priority. So I agree that in as much as Senator Murkomen would want this thing to be read and write, my only proposal is that I tend to agree with 2017 where we go with post-secondary education, because we should show some progress. I think from independence to where we are now, at least post-secondary education, maybe after 5 or 10 years, we can now move to the level of having a degree qualification or a diploma going into the future. So at least post-secondary education, you should have at least a Form 4 certificate and some certificate maybe from some university or some colleges. Then that would be suffice, Mr. Speaker. So in upshot, Mr. Speaker, is that also it is also as leaders and with tremendous respect, we must also make progress in terms of this should not be a license. And I think it's very important to note this, that it should not make sure that children who are in school do not go to school simply because Parliament has passed that to be a member of Parliament, to be, I think, the member of Parliament or an MCA or a women representative or member of National Assembly or member of the Senate, that you don't need to go to school so that you can win a seat. What we are just doing is that we are just protecting the interest of Article 38 on political rights. But as leaders, we should know that we are role models. We are mentors. We are the people who lead. And therefore, we need also to, at least in a way, at least have some basic form of education so that when we go to schools, when we go to forums, we can tell the students to get encouraged. So in as much as it is not a legal requirement, if we pass this amendment, my only challenge to leaders is also we should at least get some education so that we become role models, we become mentors, and therefore we don't want to see children not going to school or college simply because Senate or the National Assembly or Parliament of Kenya has passed the law that you says you need only to write and read. And I think it is important because most of our grandmothers and fathers, they used to only learn, by the way, Mr. Speaker, to read and write, to read the Bible. So it is very interesting. That was the only motivation. Where I come from, my grandparents, their only motivation, by the way, to know to read and write was to read the Bible. So I think going into the future, we should encourage our colleagues who, because they are hustlers, they were not able to get school fees, because, you know, as we are in leadership, you work around your county, be it your county in Laikipia, you'll get a number of students who, they are brilliant, but because of lack of school fees or because of other factors, they were not. And I agree with Senator Murkomen that some of us who growing up through bottom-up or through hustlers, some of us had to finish some education at some level so that others can continue, or you can go to Kibarua for the family to be able to fend themselves. So there are so many factors that inform, and I want to say that education qualification is not a yardstick of good leader. It is just among, and therefore let Kenyans decide the leaders they want to elect, how they want to elect. I know the political class, and it has generated a lot of it. And as I've said initially, that some people were planning, and I know a number of them in this house that were planning, they were excited that degree requirement will be there, so their opponents will disappear. I want to tell them that they need to change the strategy. Let the people decide, because many people imagine that when you don't have a degree. I have a friend who had, a member of parliament, who had counted and said, out of 8 opponents, 6 of them did not have a degree. So he was excited that things will looking good during nomination. But unfortunately now, things have changed. If Senator Murkomen, and he has, by the way, a lot of support, because a number of MCAs have called me, a number of people of County of Nandi have told me that you have to support Senator Murkomen's amendment so that we give what we call free hand. Let them elect people they want. If they want a PhD person, so be it. If they want somebody who knows to read and write, so be it. Let's just ensure that, I know, and the only problem I know is the SRC. You know, SRC will need to know how to deal with that animal. Because now SRC will have an excuse of saying, before we set terms of engagement, emoluments, allowances, and salaries, we must look at the qualifications that are in place. But the SRC should know, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should know that it is beyond their paycheck. They are punching above their weight. Because we are the lawmakers, we make the law, we amend the law, we legislate, we oversight. And the fact that SRC will say now, since we are saying somebody to read and write, people like Barangetuny, people like Mulu Mutisha, they were good leaders in this country. But they never went to any school. But they were able to lead our people. So SRC should be told that when it comes to qualification of members of parliament, they should not, they should look at the job description. They should not be busy with academic qualification, because that has been the argument. And the fight and fought. And I hope in the next life of parliament, we should be able to deal with this animal called SRC, so that the SRC should know the meritocracy should apply only. Mr. Speaker, the meritocracy under SRC should apply to civil servants and professional courses. Like the staff, the very good staff that we have here, there are certain requirements that are needed because of legislative agenda that we have. If you want to be a doctor, those are some of the qualifications. So at the end of the day, the SRC should relook at its application of the law and ensure that they don't need to punch beyond the paycheck, Mr. Speaker. The fourth point that I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, is that in as much as, you know, where you come from, you know, leadership does not mean only you come and legislate here or you come and do the law. You must also be able to communicate to the people in the village. They might not understand the English I'm talking, but when I switch to my local dialect, I'll be able to explain to them what is happening in the Senate, what needs to be done, what legislations are we pushing. So the bottom line I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, at this point, is that, that the communication, and in fact, Senator Murkomen should have added, you should learn to read and write in English, Kiswahili, and your local batata. Some people will lose, I can tell you for free, because there are some people who don't, because at the end of the day, even if we come to the Senate, you should also be able to go back and communicate to the people. Because we don't only want you to talk only English and Kiswahili. If you know Doluo, if you know Kalenjin, if you know Kikuyu, other languages from the coast, across the country. So Mr. Murkomen, Senator Murkomen should have added also, you should know your local language. Because also representation is being able to represent here on the floor of the House and be able to communicate back when you are in public barasas or you are in kijijis or in your funerals. And I think that is very important, Mr. Speaker, so that people feel represented. Because, Mr. Speaker, the aspect of representation is that even the language is part of representation. Even where you are the face of representation, Mr. Speaker. So the fact that you are somewhere, you should also the culture, the values, the language, and societal expectations. That is part of representation that we are talking about. So what Senator Murkomen is trying to tell the country is simple, that we should look beyond academic qualification. We should look at the culture, values, societal expectation, and many other aspects, what we call salient features, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, so that my colleagues can have an opportunity, I know we have time, we can even extend up to midnight or up to midnight, but since our colleagues want to go home, Mr. Speaker, and you know this is a busy season where people are making phone calls and lobbying for various seats, Mr. Speaker, finally, is that I hope our colleagues in the National Assembly will have the vision that we have, that academic qualification is not a qualification or a yardstick of good leadership. They should know that leadership is beyond academic qualifications. There are more that involves leadership. And all of us who are seated in this chamber knows that leadership is a unique art of calling. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, even if it is a way, it is so unique that when even if you have a PhD or you know how to read and write, there is a way leadership is done, and it is so unique. And therefore, I want to urge our brothers and sisters in the National Assembly to process this bill. I know even here, I want to appeal to my colleagues to pass this bill the way it is. And if there are amendments to improve the bill, I know Senator Murkomen would not have a problem with it, so long as it is improving the bill. Let us give the people the decision. Let the people decide. Let us not come here and dictate and imagine that you are privileged political class, where we imagine that since us we are in parliament, we are self-protecting ourselves. And elections have shown that 70 to 80% of members of parliament in any election are likely to lose in any following election. So it looks like there are many, and you know, we have many professors who have not been voted back. We have also people who know how to read and write who have not been voted back. So it's a double-edged sword, and therefore, to many young people who want to contest, and you know, Mr. Speaker, many young people who want to contest now are maybe in third year, they are yet to get their degrees, but they have their Form 4 certificate. Mr. Speaker, they will let us open the country. Even if you are 21 and you want to run for president, why don't you run? Even our students, I have gone to many functions where I ask, somebody stands up, speaks very well, a lady or a guy or a gentleman, they speak very well, and then you ask, who is this? They're telling you it's a second year or a third year. But you can see people are willing to support them. We have so many border guys, mukokoteni guys, many hustlers, mamambogas who want to run for these seats. Let them be given opportunity to run. Let the people decide, and I think that is the bottom line. I know many people will agree with us, but let us allow the people to decide, and when they come here, and I want to tell the country, even if you know how to read and write, we have competent staff of parliament that can ensure anything that you want to legislate, anything that you want to process. The parliament has already enough professionals that will ensure. Because somebody can argue that what Senator Murkomen will make is that people who will be elected might have limited scope of education, therefore it will affect their legislative output. No, that's not the point. The point is that that person who needs to read and write, we have enough professional staff who can still come and assist them and ensure they deliver on their work of representation, legislation, and ensure that legislation, representation, and any other form of oversight that we have as a National Assembly and the Senate. So with those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and hope that we can expeditiously. By the way, because nominations are coming up, I've seen political parties are saying you must have a degree or something like that. Please, I want to appeal to my colleagues, let us process this amendment quickly, because now the timelines of nomination and submitting to IBC and general election, let us this thing be passed very quickly. And I hope the same way President Uhuru Kenyatta has been very quick in signing political amendments bill. I hope by the time he's landing from Dubai, he should be very quick in signing this, because it will assist many Kenyans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Isaac Mwaura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise. Hello. Yeah.
We can hear you.
By Senator Murkomen, because there have been a lot of complaints of late from all of our political supporters that there is no way you can have a situation where if you don't have a degree, you cannot be a member of parliament. And it has not been proven scientifically that when you have a degree, you are a better legislator. I know for sure, you know, this parliamentary business is a rather middle-class engagement because there's a lot of English being spoken. But even without that qualification, Mr. Speaker, we've still ended up having very educated people. I think the last time I counted, out of 349 members of the National Assembly, about 105 had a degree. That threshold is much higher in the Senate. So you don't need a law to compel Kenyans to elect members who have gone to school. Otherwise, you will end up having people having fake degrees just to qualify to be a senator or a member of the National Assembly or an MCA. It is actually also true that we are increasingly seeing a younger generation of people who have gone to school being elected as MCAs. We've had a situation, for example, doctors, even Dr. Mbai, for example, we can mention him from Nakuru County, and others, even engineers and economists, like my friend Solomon, who is a MCA from Denderu. There are many people who are qualified now to become MCAs, and they have actually been elected when they have a degree or so. So this is a matter of time. It's not really a question of legislation. In any case, if you are even to compare in the corporate, the late Bob Collymore never had a university degree, yet he was one of the most celebrated, CEOs of the biggest blue chip telco, that is Safaricom. So really, Mr. Speaker, I know some of these laws are made for, we make them and we think, okay, let's have one of our own, to be there. And in fact, there's agency, I can say without a doubt, in having legislators who are educated, especially because of the nature of the business on the House. I'm sure even our clerks can agree with us. It takes sometimes a well-educated legislator to prosecute matters, to sift through bills, to make arguments. But I've also noted very curiously that people come to Parliament very naively, and I have been privileged to see this twice. People with very limited, debating skills, for example. And I remember one of the greatest ladies now from Nyanza region now, who once asked me when we were new in Parliament, in the 11th Parliament, Maura, how can you be able to debate for 10 minutes? She asked me this question. But today, I see her being one of the best legislators, a women rep, from that region. And so even when you look at the Senate, when we began, people like Senator James Orengo were the gurus, Senator, Moses Wetangula. But you can see as we come to the end of this Parliament, the skills have improved. In fact, Parliament has become a very good schooling for many people with regards to how to engage publicly. So I don't really carry this aspiration that we need to have an elite club that is self-effacing, so that then we are the only ones who have gone to school and therefore rule over the country. Let the people decide this in the ballot. In fact, When I was a student at the University of Leeds in England, we used to ask ourselves this question: do you need to have professors and PhD holders lead a country because, of course, they have distilled knowledge and they are able to superintend over the affairs of the public in a more reasonable manner? Or do you want to have the list of the first 100 people at a local polling center to be elected for whatever position? And the answer is always that you want to have the first 100 list of people, because there's a lot of latent knowledge that may not necessarily be resident within the confines of the disciplines of our society that would largely be emanating from a westernized, or if not a Western society. And that does not necessarily mean that then therefore those solutions are only applicable to a country such as ours. And so you need people with the right kind of skills. In fact, that's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, every time we go to political rallies, we first use English, for example, even the president addressing the nation, and later on you speak Kiswahili, and even you go to mother tongue. And there's a lot of wisdom that you find, in terms of communication to the people. So education, yes, it gives you a background, it gives you some kind of specialization, but what I want to say is that it doesn't necessarily have to be legislated for such a thing to happen. And I know for sure, for some of us, it would be advantageous to have, those that we are competing with not to contest. But I think it's unfair. It's unfair because this is a form of discrimination that is also unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional to the extent that if people then have Article 38 where they can express their political rights, if they so choose to have a leader who is a reflection of themselves, because majority of Kenyans do not have degrees, then what is it that we need to do as parliament to ensure that those rights are actually accrued? We cannot therefore then pass the legislation that then would actually make that not possible. But maybe somebody would ask, then what happens to the issue of qualifications? Yes, it's true, but then the political job is not like an appointed position where you go and apply for a job. That would be different if that were to be the case. I know for sure, to a certain extent, and we've done it because it is now constitutional, that for you to be governor or president, you have to have a degree. Because that is an executive role where you actually, implement decisions that are made by parliament and as such other bodies. But then for parliament is a source of law, and the source of law can be, the informality that constitutes the formal. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, it therefore needs everybody of all walks of life. As long as they have attained excellence, they can be elected from, traders, from professionals, teachers, from fishmongers, from the best sweeper in town. If they so convince the electorate that then they can be elected, then so be it. And that also enhances the sacrosanct, principle of equal opportunity for all. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support this, and also indulge my friend Senator Moses Kajwang to dissuade him from believing that those who are elected, beyond the first past the post, in terms of representing special interest groups, as per the party list, the 18 senators, the 20 senators, and the 12 members of the National Assembly, that only a degree should apply to them. I beg to differ, because when you are elected into parliament, whether first past the post or through the party list, you are supposed to have equal qualifications, just like any other, legislator. So I think that would be also discriminatory. It may look positive, but I don't really think it would apply as such, because whatever is good for the goose is good for the gander. And further to it, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to also ask ourselves these questions. Earlier on, we had a preoccupation of presidents, trying to go to all of the university degree, graduation ceremonies, becoming chancellors of all universities, and having like more than 10, 20 degrees, conferred upon them, either in an oral number or manner or whatever. But that has not necessarily led to a better, country. I don't think those that got those accolades ended up becoming the best of presidents or even vice presidents and what have you. I think it is important to accept that there's a hue and cry, largely from MCAs, and most MCAs really are the local merchants, are the local boda riders, the mamambogas, the baba, carpenters and what have you, who really have the support of the Wanjiku and who would want to represent in the county assemblies. I believe if then we were to demonstrate that people who have got, higher levels of academic qualification do qualify to be better leaders, then Kenyans would see for themselves and would therefore would see for themselves and would therefore make that decision without any form of legislation. And to add to it, I think also there's a way in which, also when you have too many people who are educated in the leadership system, they tend up, of course, mediating, interlocuting conversations and decision making to the extent that then they become lofty and far removed from the people. So you need to have a proper mix of people who have gone to school and people who are actually street smart. You need people who are book smart and people who are street smart. That mix is actually the full essence of representation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill needs to be amended, but I also agree we need to have some kind of post-secondary education, not just reading and writing, because then that also lowers the bars only too low. Remember, this has got an effect on how members of parliament are actually categorized in terms of the hierarchy and the order of precedence in this country, to the extent that then our remuneration has been lowered down way below even constitutional commissioners and such other office holders that we do vet only to the extent that then we do not have a basic qualification. One may say this is actually a reaction of those that have degrees, the professionals who feel like they are better off than politicians who get elected into office. Yes, there's agency in that. But also equally true is that the fact that we have very good quality representation. So we don't also need to lower it further down. So we need to have a middle ground whereby, yes, it's not a degree, but it's a post-secondary education for all of the members of the county assembly, so that then we are also able to have some minimum standard when it comes to prosecuting the agenda of the House, whether the county assembly level and the national level. However, I also want to insist that it is also good to note that it has been documented that those who have good communication skills possess the world. So really, that matter of the power of the gab is really not a matter of conjecture. However, Mr. Speaker, like where I come from in central Kenya, the people who tend to be elected more often than not are businessmen and women. Compared, for example, to Nyanza, province or region where Moses Kajua, my brother, comes from, where you have more professors and people who can speak good English. So these are just local regional dynamics based on our history. But by the end of the day, whoever made this law may have meant well for the country. However, we are yet to really achieve middle incomeness where people may have attained college degree education. This debate is not just isolated in Kenya. I remember in the 2020 presidential elections between Hillary Rodham Clinton and Donald Trump, in 2016, I beg your pardon. One of the reasons why Hillary Rodham Clinton lost is because she based her campaign on college-educated people who are really there to be majority in America, and women in that regard because of the hidden bias against women in American society. She did not win the college votes, although she won the popular vote. And that exactly is the case. We are yet to attain that status, and especially looking at the statistics that were presented by the mover, that is only 3.6%, then such a qualification or such a legislation would be highly elitist, only akin to the apartheid laws of South African, era, racial discrimination era. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we as the senators, being the House of Reason, being the House of Revision, would want to ensure that we protect our counties because they are yet to really have the right kind of professionals to lead, their people in that regard. I wish it was the case, for the country, but let me say the truth is that we are not yet there, and sometimes it's also good to also imagine that because of this idea of rote learning, it doesn't always mean that because you have a degree that yes, you go to schools. Even for PhDs of late, there have been very serious complaints. Remember the case of Jomo Kenyatta University, where people are wondering how comes there were so many people who are getting degrees, PhDs the other day, only to realize that there were people who actually were doing degrees for others. So really, let us just have an honest and robust debate about this issue. But I don't think, in my opinion, that just simply having academic qualification in and of itself, it makes you a good leader. I think if that were the case, the Mau Mau would not have gone to fight for independence, because at that point, being they were not properly, educated. And you know very well, Mr. Speaker, the problem of our universities is that they are no longer populated with faculty and learners in pursuit of intellectual rigor and discovery, but daytime careerists, evening moonlighters and students whose goal is to get that piece of paper in order to impress upon parents and employers. This is the essence of an academic pandemic. So people who are not learners, people who think that they went to school to learn for their parents, those are not the kind of people. Then you start saying that they are the ones who should be members of parliament. They should be MCAs. Let natural attributes be clear. Let the people have the opportunity to choose. And also just to caution, even when you come to field establishments, HR establishments, mere qualification does not lead to competence. They only signal that that competence. But yet, when you look at even some of, it has been documented that some of the people who perform well at work are actually diploma holders. And in fact, many senators here will bear me witness. So really, let this matter rest. But I would really implore upon the mover, the sponsor of the bill, the Majority Leader, Senator Murkomen, to consider making some amendments so that you have some lower threshold, but at the same time, not making it so stringent that those who do not have degrees may not be able to lead this country. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Mwaura. Senator Paul Gidiomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And from the onset, I would like to say that this idea is very good. It's a very great idea brought to this House by a great man called Murkomen, Senator Murkomen. Mr. Speaker, I don't really know what we are up to, because Kenya has borrowed a lot from other countries in the world. This law is not in any other country. I don't know why we have to say that for one to be an MP, he has to have a university degree. Mr. Speaker, in the United States, they have had 12 presidents who had no university degrees. Mr. Speaker, sir, the founder of the United States, George Washington, didn't have a university degree. Mr. Speaker, Abraham Lincoln, who did a lot of work for the country, never had a university degree. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Britain, Winston Churchill, never had a university degree. John Major never had a university degree. Even in this country, we have been ruled by leaders who never had university degree. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of a lawmaker, you're talking of a man who is diverse, not necessarily a PhD holder, not necessarily a degree holder, but a person who is diverse, who looks at issues in many dimensions. When we say that we only want 3.5% of Kenyans, of Kenya population, to be the only ones who can come to this house, what are we going to do to the 96.5%? Who is going to represent those without university degrees in this house, the 96.5%? I think this idea had not been well thought of. It is an idea that was brought to Parliament by cowards who thought that they wanted to get rid of those without university degrees from coming to this house. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was in the 7th Parliament, and we had Martin Shikuku there. Martin Shikuku could talk for 4 days consecutively without any other member talking. We had to change the standing orders to facilitate other members to have a chance to contribute. Mr. Speaker, we have had professors in this parliament who have never opened their mouth to say a thing. Now, I really do not know where we want to take Kenya to. This is a discriminatory law. And for that case, Mr. Speaker, I fully support Senator Murkomen's suggestion that we should get rid of that law. In Britain, particularly, you only need to know how to read and write. And that is what was in this country before. That is what was in this country before. They used to have some tests, some Swahili tests. If you have never done Swahili in school, they used to have to convene a panel that he used to test somebody whether he or she can speak and write Swahili. Also the same for English. And so, and those who had come to Parliament, even without going to primary school, also had not been prevented from coming to Parliament. They could go and contest. If people elect them, they come to Parliament. Over the years, we have seen some of the best legislators are not even those you call professors. It is good to have professors, yes. It's very good to have them. But we should not turn this Parliament into a university. This is Parliament, and we should understand it for that. We should deal with parliamentary issues, not university issues. Professors who feel that they don't want to come to Parliament can continue teaching at the university. They will do a good job, and they have been doing a good job. Those who come here should also be active in legislation and other activities that Parliament is engaged in. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that we have a country for today and tomorrow. We don't have a country for only today that one single person or a group of people come and feel that they are threatened in the constituencies or the counties by somebody perhaps without a university degree, and then comes here and influences legislation that for one to be a member of Parliament, he must have a university degree. I think we need to go further than that. We need to be diverse. We need to look at the issues affecting this country. And you are never a professor for all the fields. You are perhaps an economist, you're not an engineer. You are a doctor, you're not the other. You are this, you're not the other. So we should not think of locking people out on the fact that they do not have university degrees, because we have seen them contribute and do a wonderful job. We had President Moi in this country who never had a university degree, and he did a lovely job. I know there are those who blamed him. I know there's no leader who has never been blamed by a section of the people that he leads. So we should ensure that whatever we do in this house is not to benefit an individual or a few individuals because they feel that they need to be recognized. Their superiority in education performance should be recognized. We will recognize them even if they come here and meet others who are not their level. Otherwise, if we really wanted to legislate on education, then we would have said this, that you must be a professor to go to Parliament, to be a member of Parliament. We still have them here, but we don't have many of them here. The electorate should be the ones to determine the leadership they want in their various constituencies and in their counties. It should not be determined by a few people who feel that they are threatened. For people to elect you, Mr. Speaker, because I know you are an elected senator, you went through thick and thin. People evaluated you and really knew that you are the kind of representation they would love to have in this world. Who is that other individual person or a group of a few individuals who think that they will legislate and oppose the people who have elected you to come to this house? I think, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, those without university degrees also need representation. And they are 96.5%, and we should go by them. We want their voice to be heard here. We want the voice of every Kenyan to be heard in this country for determination of national issues through the laws that are legislated in this House, Mr. Speaker. In the county that I come from, we had J.M. Kariuki. Is a person we respected and we honored. We honor him even when he's in the grave. J.M. Kariuki had no university degree, but was one of the best debaters in this parliament. One of the very best debaters in this parliament. Do we want to ensure that we lock out such brains? Do we want to say that those without university degrees do not need to be represented here? We need the brains of everybody to, in this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this law that is locking out people without university degrees is the highest level of autocracy, because we are simply saying that a few out of the 3.5% of Kenyans, a few of them who will be elected are the ones who come to parliament. We need every contribution of every Kenyan in this house. In Britain, for example, as I said before, the requirement is only one, simple: know how to read and write. In great countries like Japan, they do not have this kind of qualifications, that you must have a university degree. They give that freedom to the electorate to elect whomever they want to be their representative. I think we want to live outside this world. We want to make legislation that is not in any other country because of either hatred or we want to ignore some members of the society. We do not want contributions from them because of our own reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this amendment, and it is my appeal to the National Assembly to see the sense of restoring the order legislation, that is the Political Parties Act 2011. Yes, at least a standard of education that is post-secondary school, or even at Form 4 level, Mr. Speaker, one is able to legislate. One is able to come here and speak out his mind, and speak out about the minds of the people he's representing. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Gediomi. Senator Abshir Harake. Senator Franklin Midhin Karinturi. There being no any other request, I call upon the mover to reply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their great contributions on this very important subject. And I'm glad that all of us now agree that a degree qualification at this point in time in Kenya would amount to unfair restrictions on the rights, political rights of our citizens as per Article 38 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all my colleagues for their additional contributions, and particularly suggesting that perhaps we might need to add a slight qualification, say post-secondary qualification certificate, like it used to be before. And Mr. Speaker, if that be the case, I am willing to entertain and support any amendments that will be within the reasonable standards that will still protect, Mr. Speaker, the idea that you want to have as many Kenyans as possible have the right to exercise their political, constitutional rights as enshrined in Article 38 of the Constitution, among others. Mr. Speaker, there was a suggestion by Senator Moses Kajwang that for those to be nominated must have a degree, considering that the party is speaking from people who are not being elected. I think, Mr. Speaker, that should be left to the wisdom of the party. And all members of parliament who will come here, they will not have two categories. The Constitution itself considers those who are in the party list as being elected. This way, Mr. Speaker, that the reason why our colleagues who are here, who came through the party list, are here is because the people of Kenya went to the polls knowing that if we vote for this party, for more senators from this party, these are the kind of senators that will also join the Senate through the party list. And therefore, I don't think that it is wise for us to create two lists, Mr. Speaker, of qualifications of the same people who are coming to serve in this chamber. It's left to the wisdom. I would actually perhaps decide that in my party I want to nominate a person who has a CPAK so that he can go and serve, and who is very diligent in public accountability, so that he can go and serve in the relevant committee of accountability in the Senate. So let's note again, if you followed clearly what I was talking about here, there are certain qualifications that are equivalent to having a degree, but they are not a degree, you know? And I said you can have diploma and higher diploma in nursing, but it's not characterized in this country as a university degree. So then you punish such people who have the qualifications that you should be able to come and serve in this chamber. Again, Senator Cherargei captured something that's very important. Even for us who are lawyers here, when we are drafting a law, first of all, we are not experts in legislative drafting. So we depend on our department, on the staff, to the department that deals with legislative drafting to draft for us. And we have the best of them in this. In fact, even with my very high qualification on matters of law, it may not reach Senator, my teachers, Professor Kindiki. But even Professor Kindiki and I and everybody who's sitting here, including senior counsel Sorenko and so forth, if they want to draft a bill, just generate an idea and give it to the staff. We are not legislative drafters, yet we have degrees and higher degrees and long-term experience on matters of law. That is the same as if a colleague who is here, who is a nurse, with a degree in nurse or medicine, and we're discussing legal issues here. We all depend on the staff. So let's not also say the fact that someone doesn't have degree qualifications, they have no capacity to move motions, laws, and legislation. Honorable Shikuku did it here, Mr. Speaker, Tom Boyer did it in this chamber here where we are, and many others have done it before us who never had degree qualification, but who are passionate legislators, including very, very prominent Kenyans like Vice President and later President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, who also in this chamber moved a lot of motions on behalf of government without really having a degree qualification. And by the way, Jomo Kenyatta, did he have a degree? Yeah, I thought for him writing books and being in London, I am not so sure whether he came back with a degree, but he was educated, very much educated. I don't know to what extent Harry Tuku went to school, but he's a hero. He served, Mr. Speaker. I don't know to what extent Ochengo Neko went to school. Oginga Odinga, was he a degree holder? No, he wasn't, but he wrote many books. He was very eloquent legislator. Again, in this chamber, we're privileged to be sharing, to be speaking on the same floor that those heroes spoke. Mr. Speaker, let's not use degree to block our colleagues. Senator Abshiro shared with me a few of her ideas that where she comes from, and this is the story of many parts of pastoralist areas, that the cost of education is very high. That having even a teacher to be posted in Wajir is a problem. You know, in Isiolo, in all those parts of the country, marginalized, Mandera and all so forth. You remember when the insecurity occurred, many teachers who didn't come from those regions left those parts, and it was a crisis. That means education, the percentage becomes even more acute when you go to these marginalized areas, and therefore, let's not deny them opportunity to elect leaders they deserve, and let's not reward privilege, according to Senator Abshiro. And that she insisted that this is, I agree with her. She told me that this is not to say education is not important for leadership. People should not flip the conversation. We're just saying don't erect roadblocks for people who want to first come here and maybe continue their education. We are also, let's go to the field there, like Senator Cherargei said here. Let me go and stand there and say, elect me, I have 3 degrees. Let another person say, elect me, I don't have any degree, I'm like you. Yeah? Just let's vote for each other, those of us who don't have degrees. And if you are not careful, you will be beaten by the person, the hustler who is in the village. Because people want a person who understands the issues and they want to represent them. Mr. Speaker, I want to really appreciate my colleagues. I am going to request and maybe make a personal call to as many senators as possible tomorrow that because of the timelines, you can see IBC is issuing timelines continuously. Because of the prevailing timelines on this very important subject matter, now that the people who are going to be affected are those who are running for parliament. The MCAs have already benefited from the court decision. If, Mr. Speaker, we are going to make these deliberations be of use, we should be able to vote tomorrow, and maybe at the very latest on Tuesday do the committee stage, accommodate the amendments that people wanted to suggest, and then send it to the National Assembly. I'll be making personal call to all the senators tonight to be available tomorrow for voting on this subject matter, if possible, so that we can go on Tuesday and work on this issue. I think it's important for us to guide the nation on this very important subject. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to all of us who were out of luck and privilege, even if you look back to your primary school, your primary class, your class, you will know maybe yourself and 2 or 3 other people got a degree. For me, I can't even get one, yeah? Because some finished at diploma level and other levels. Mr. Speaker, let us give them a chance, the same way they've given us a chance to come to this floor. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. In line with what I had said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I request you to defer the putting of the question to a later date, pursuant to Standing Order 61.3.
The request has been granted. We will put the question tomorrow. Honorable Senators, having concluded the business appearing as order number 20 in the order paper, as resolved, the House stand adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 17th February, 2022 at 2:30 p.m.